Welcome everyone to my talk today, ICS Security Operations, Active Defense Concept with Effective Incident Response in Industrial Control Systems. This is John Kurnas. My name is pronounced as John, which is pretty close in English and John. And I am working as a OT security consultant, and I have GICSP, OSCP, OSWP, and Certified Ethical Hacker certifications. My bachelor is computer engineering and my master is cybersecurity. And you can reach me on Twitter and LinkedIn and GitHub, as you can see here. I am, of course, a bit nervous about the presentation, and let's take a deep breath and have some relaxation, then we can continue. Okay, what's today's agenda? So I will discuss a bit on active defense concept, and I will explain briefly threat intelligence, asset identification, and network security monitoring, incident response for ICS, and then taking the advantage of found threats. So what is active defense concept? It is something like this, yes, improvising, adapting, and overcoming as Bear Grylls. But yeah, it is also related to this picture. But in general, what I can explain is somewhere in the middle in here in the picture, it is the process of analysts monitoring for, responding to, and learning from adversaries internal to the network. So basically that means it is a combination of analyzing the adversaries steps and monitoring constantly to the internal network. And then when you see any anomalies, responding to that. And basically when you see any action, basically create lessons learned and learn from the adversaries. It is not deployable by itself, of course. It is built on the top of the good practices, such as good architecture, and then the passive defense. And it's not definitely a hackback. So you need to stay on your internal network to protect, and you don't have to attack back to the adversaries, of course. So why active defense is needed? As we can see, at least for a couple of years, traditional methods of protection without constant human interaction, such as firewalls, IPS, and antiviruses, only provides a certain level of security. And adversaries are getting stronger and stronger every day, and the passive defense usually don't stop them, unfortunately. So when we take a look to the active cyber defense cycle, it consists of 4 elements: threat intelligent conception, and asset identification and network security monitoring, then incident response when it's necessary, and using threat and environment manipulation to get over the adversaries. Basically, this diagram is coming from SANS, and the reference is down there. So basically, the idea is monitoring your area of responsibility, which is quite necessary to at least have the, let's say, idea of getting the baselines, then checking the anomalies. And that said, implementing monitoring will bring you the chance for quick response when it's necessary, when you see something odd. And responding to incidents and attacks on time is, of course, crucial, because especially on the industrial control systems, if it affects the industrial control network, it's going to cost you a lot. And constant changes are necessary, since you need to beat the adversaries and kick them out of your industrial control network. And after that, you need to share and you need to consume the lessons learned. At least you need to share with the community, and you need to observe and collect the lessons learned from the community to develop better defenses on your systems, on your ICS. So what is threat intelligence? I'm trying to explain this pretty quick. Let's start with the intelligence. So intelligence basically means the process of collecting data, turning into information, and producing an assessment that satisfies a previously identified knowledge gap. So you need to obtain from the raw data to important information. So normally you can do yeah, everybody can say, yeah, you can do this with the tools, but unfortunately tools can only help, and your analysts can create intelligence, not the tools. And intelligence life cycle, when we take a look to the intelligence life cycle, it starts with planning and direction, then collection, then processing and exploitation. Exploitation here means doesn't look like the exploitation in the computer science. It is more like clarifying and filtering the information that you need, that make it useful, and then analysis and production, and dissemination and integration. Basically, the intelligent life cycle consists of these elements. And then if we discuss about the open source intelligence, it is a type of intelligence which is quite useful for adversaries as well as also for you. It is low cost and low impact, but it gives essential information about you. So most of the time, adversaries are Googling on the internet, checking related documents and data about you, but you can also use this as your own beneficial by checking these documents and trying to reduce your threat landscape. Normally, these sources can be public relation documents that your or partnership announcements that you share. Most of the time, these documents are not considered dangerous, but they are dangerous because they contains valuable information. Company information, of course. If the company is a public company and if the company shares monthly or quarterly or I don't know annual reports, these reports also have valuable information about the company. Most of the time, job descriptions basically leak the technologies, of course, and advisories and alerts sometimes also might be related to your systems and give some hints about your systems, and of course, your internet connected devices. These are the most dangerous things. So threat intelligence, if you continue with the threat intelligence, in simple terms, again, threat intelligence is analyze information related to adversaries that have intent, capability, and opportunity to harm you. So that specific type of intelligence give defenders knowledge of the adversary, their actions within the defender's environment, and the capabilities as well as their tactics, techniques, and procedures. And the threat intelligence is often shared in different methods. For example, indicators of compromise, IOCs, as I mentioned, tactics, techniques, and procedures, TTPs, and oftentimes complete report about an incident or an attack. And what do we need to do to identify our threat landscape? Threat landscape is a combination of information attack space, threat groups, industry, and non-technical influences. So basically, to identify your threat landscape, you need to ask yourself who is interested to attack your organization and why. What would be the reason of causing damage, and how can they get into your organization? And after you identify the threat landscape, you need to reduce the threat landscape. And most of the times, asset and network identification is necessary to succeed. First of all, you need to clarify your external and internal landscapes because you need to focus on your responsibility areas, and as well as you would have some connections from third-party vendors or any other third-party service providers, etc. Then, using known information, you need to uh, try to reduce your threat landscape basically by checking these information and trying to prevent any leaking information like that, and performing assessments and measurements also with the third party companies or external companies, because sometimes you need to have a second opinion or second eye to check that. And after that, you need to continue doing these again and again. to reduce your landscape. And external threat intelligence is the threat intelligence comes from the specialized teams, which can be professional services companies such as Dragos, and or it could be from ICS certs and other certs. Basically, provides indicator of compromises and TTPs, and most of the time it is for large audiences. It might not be relevant for you, but still it is important to follow these threat intelligence reports. Um, but sometimes, of course, the industry is not relevant for you and you don't need to take an action. But oftentimes, ICS threat intelligence are limited. It's really hard to find, especially purely ICS threat intelligence. But when you find it, it's priceless, really priceless. And ICS cert, multiple ISACs and all the ISACs can provide. Sans Internet Storm Center also providing threat intelligence, threat feeds, and reports from vendors and professional service companies, as I mentioned, like from Mandiant or from Dragos, for example, or FireEye. And what is internal threat intelligence? And internal threat intelligence comes from your data. It is usable against the current problems in your environment because the data is just coming from your environment, and after you analyze, you basically realize there are some problems and it's directly relevant to your issues. But it requires personnel in order to do the analysis, and it requires specialized skills such as malware and threat analysis. And if you summarize the threat intelligence, tactical threat intelligence contains TTPs and IOCs, which are quite useful to add, change, and implement your defense, or at least search for intrusions in your environment. And strategic threat intelligence can be used to look overall patterns, suspected attribution, trends, and themes. It is also useful to identify where your defense might fail or already failing. So if you go for asset identification and network security monitoring, the purpose and importance of the asset identification is it is really hard to defend if you don't know what you have in your plant, in your facility, or in your environment in general. Because if you don't know what's there, you cannot protect it, basically. And advanced security solutions that you have also not effective if you can't provide the whole map to defend. So you need to at least provide the fundamental security to have this. And network security monitoring, threat intelligence, and instant response usually works better if you have the network knowledge, if you have internal network knowledge. And how do we identify the assets in the ICS network then? We can say first we need to start determining the area of responsibility, because as I mentioned, most of the times there are some remote connections that you shouldn't include because yeah, of course, VPN endpoints on your side that can be counted on your responsibility, but still there are some ways that goes to outbound and not in your responsibility anymore. And then finding and utilizing the existing information. For example, if you already have some network diagrams that you have, you need to start with this, then you can validate known information. And if it's not sufficient, and if you think you need to, let's say, create a new one, you can try to collect by doing physical inspection, which is normally a bit harder and takes much more time. You can do traffic analysis in your ICS network, passive analysis that we can also say. We can do configuration file analysis, and we can do active scanning, which is not recommended, except you're, let's say, you are not in the production, or if you are on the if you're in the turnaround, you can do that, but otherwise it's a bit dangerous. And then collecting the data in all the assets, you need to document it again in order to have a nicely done diagram and have all the assets. And unfortunately, most of the ICS networks are flat networks. You'll notice that once you've done the asset identification, Um, After identifying the assets, it's often required to have a physical or logical separation or both. It is quite necessary since it makes more difficult to adversaries to pivot in your network. Otherwise, if it's flat network, normally a game would be over within, let's say, half an hour or 1 hour. For the active defense concept, it is really crucial because you need to build on top of the good architecture and passive defense. Um, at least for me, the aim would be separating the network as explained in Purview model. So it could be a good reference to start with. And then if you want to have more separation, then you can use microsegmentation, etc. But it is the fundamental for the ICS networks. And network security monitoring is a continuous process to collect, detect, analyze indication of threats in order to respond faster to incidents and attacks in your network. It is threat-centric approach instead of traditional vulnerability-centric approach. Network security monitoring requires dedicated personnel as analysts, and it also requires preparation for infrastructure and also tools ahead of time. And it brings proactive approach to security and detection of the threats. So um, you can take some remediations once you identify the issues in your network. And network security monitoring provides visibility and helps you to identify the changes and anomalies might not be relevant to only adversaries, but also some misconfigurations for troubleshooting misconfigurations. And it helps you to detect intrusion attempts and movements within SCADA, ICS SCADA networks. And it can evaluate separation and segregation for levels that you have and zones that you have. And it can help fine-tuning and validating the settings of passive defense elements. For example, checking the firewall rules and to see if it's correctly implemented or missing some points, etc. And it also can help reduce the threat landscape by hardening non-required ports and services, since you are seeing this when you are doing the network security monitoring, and you can instantly take remediation. Network security monitoring is more useful in ICS networks since most of the assets are critical, and most of the times all the assets or any assets cannot be immediately patched because, yeah, we know ICS networks are quite, let's say, untouchable, and then you need to have any other layer to have the protection for your endpoints, etc. And ICS networks have many dependencies and connections, such as enterprise network connection, vendor connections, business applications, contractor VPNs, and it is it is really valuable to monitor these external parties for anomalies because once your vendor or once your contractor, let's say, compromised, it is just a moment to jump into your network by using these VPNs, and normally you don't have any vision on these connections without the active defense. And detection approaches, most of the time, what we uh, check is identifying the most used IP addresses and ports used within the network to create basically a baseline, identifying biggest bandwidth users, identifying encrypted communication, because most of the times command and conquer centers are using encrypted communications, and identifying the critical assets and usual traffic is also important to continue on the baseline to have a stability on that, and identifying network anomalies, of course, and identifying lowest bandwidth and communication, because sometimes you can see in the network unusual traffic which could be pretty less than your usual levels. And of course you need to identify exfiltration. You need to check that when you are doing the detection. And asset identification and network security monitoring takeaways. Asset identification and network security monitoring is the key for active defense concept, Network security monitoring is a great approach for ICS because most of the ICS networks are quite stable, and basically you can once you create a baseline, it is easy to let's say monitor. And these two elements support implementation of better architecture and passive defense. Once you implement that, yeah, you can take a look back and you can, let's say, improve your basic fundamental security also. Detection often relies on the sensors and the ICS network. You need to be sure that you need to detect the baseline changes, anomalies, and IDS rules, because these can basically warn you when you are doing the detection. And logs and visibility are really important, but yeah, you need to have an analyst to, let's say, contribute value on that, because by itself logs and visibility doesn't give you the chance that you can prevent. And analysts need to follow it constantly and verify it if there is any anomaly. And network security monitoring will eventually lead to incident response. You need to be ready for incident response. By saying that incident response for ICS, it is a bit different comparing to usual IT incident response, because um, you can simply you cannot simply bring down the systems during the incident response when you're working on ICS networks. And the focus is a bit different, by saying that maintaining safe and reliable operations is the most important thing, acquiring meaningful forensic data within a limited time, performing timely analysis, and containing and eradicating the threats. Basically, these are the four elements that you need to follow when you're doing the ICS incident response. And before that, preparation, there are some steps that you need to follow. Preparation, same as traditional IT, but with some limitations such as testing tools, testing methods, but in a lab. Integrated detection and identification, working with network security monitoring team to implement rules and detection capabilities, which is tailored to the threat in order to identify impacted systems. And evidence acquisition. Normally you don't have that much time, like on IT side, you don't have that much time to deep the forensic analysis, because you cannot stop the operations. Here the focus is maintaining operations while acquiring enough evidence to perform later. You will do the deep forensic analysis later. And time critical analysis, using fast and well tested techniques to quickly determine the overall impact to the operations. And supported activities, IR teams mostly share information and evidence. All the evidence should be passed to other teams to begin deep analysis and continue on the active defense cycle. And containment, preserving the operations by collaborating with other teams, operators, and also engineers on the field. Eradication and recovery, you need to neutralize the threat by, for example, reimagining the system, reinstalling known good software, implementing patches. And then you need to provide the lessons learned, which is documents, finding for all past information to the network security monitoring team in order to identify and see if there is any reinfection, etc. And how do you prepare an incident response team? You need to determine the requirements and dependencies within your facility. For example, uptime, availability, and specific systems you need to take care. You need to decide if it's going to be in-house or outsourced. There are some advantages on both sides, but yeah, you need to decide, at least have a couple of people in your facility to do it more faster. A team size, 3, 4 well-trained people on site would be enough to cover, but you also need to think about the shifts, etc. So in total, it needs to be at least 8 to 10 people. So chain of command is really important, because there will be chaos and someone needs to communicate with the management team, etc. And it should be incident response director. Then all the evidence and incident handlers need to report to lead responder, and the chain of command needs to go up and down like this. And to build your ICS incident response team, you need to find the right personnel. Of course, it's the hardest part, because incident response is really tough subject to focus and develop yourself. And then also you need to take care of your jump kits, because often jump kits, when you need it during the incident, most of the time you are losing some parts from the jump kit. It's easy to borrow from the jump kit, and then when you go to the incident, you are missing a couple of hard disks, etc. when you need it on over there. So it's important. So evidence acquisition, sorry. You need to take care of the order of volatility, and you need to decide if it's going to be local or remote acquisition. I would prefer local because it's less risk and more faster. The tool should be tested before on the systems, because we are not talking about regular IT systems. Acquisition should be coordinated with all involved personnel, and you need to discuss beforehand when you are touching in a field device with engineers and operators. You need to gather all the evidence if the time permits. You need to start from registry and then any memory, and then taking the disk images, for example. And you need to take necessary photos in order to see on the let's say devices. If you see any command prompt, you need to have an evidence, because once you turn it off, you will lose it, or you can lose it in any second. And all the data should be analyzed in an approved facility. What are the sources for the forensic data in ICS networks? Highly volatile data, system memory, network information, and system processes, and VPN connections, and these logs, and registry hives, HMIs, mostly Windows computers, and you can have system logs, etc. Engineering workstations, controllers such as PLCs and RTUs, and sometimes virtual resources, such as VMs and cloud environment if it's connected. And you need to do the high quality incident response in a timely manner. It's really important in ICS when you are doing this. Timely analysis is important to keep operations safe and reliable. It should focus on understanding the scope and then the type of incident. And the baseline information comparison will be really helpful when you do that. And focusing on the new connections, increase in the bandwidth, new routes, anomalies in the VPN connections, change register keys, spawn processes. You need to check these first. And asset identification and network security monitoring help to respond quickly. And utilize good tools to reduce the analysis period. This is also important. You need to do the practice before going to the real incident. And how do you use threat intelligence in the incident response? Indicator of compromise to scope the infected systems. Then after that, you need to identify the network data on host, and TTPs to identify adversary efforts. And you need to utilize to ensure threats are gone after you've done the incident response. And incident response takeaways. You need to focus on providing actionable information about the scope of the threat and its potential impacts while you are acquiring the evidence without breaking operations and safety. ICS incident response should be tailor-made. It's a bit different than the IT, as I mentioned. Efforts must align with the goals and requirements of the operations. This is the first priority. Preparation should be done ahead of time. You really need to practice before it really happens. And acquired evidence and lessons learned should be shared with other personnel. So once you get evidence, you need to share it to complete, to move forward the active defense cycle. And let's summarize this, taking the advantage of the found threats. Once you complete the incident response, if we can safely interact and understand with the threat, we can have the best source of defense information from the adversary's best capability. We can feed the active cyber defense center with the found threat intelligence to build better defense. It is important to identify and use indicator of compromises from the threats to help incident response. And understanding the malware's tactics to identify weaknesses in the current ICS architecture is valuable because after that you need to improve your architecture. So these steps are really valuable. And my last presentation is about lessons learned sessions for long-term success. For the success of active defense, active cyber defense cycle, lessons learned should be shared within the teams internally, and also necessary actions needs to be taken to build better defense. And after that, either during the incident and after the incident. And after that, once you share it internally, it's also recommended to share your lessons learned in appropriate way with the ICS community, because if you had that threat, someone else might get this soon. So it is really important and valuable. And yeah, I think I'm just on time. Thank you very much for listening me. If you have any questions, either you can send me a message from LinkedIn or Twitter, or you can ask now. Thank you.
John, this is
In there.
okay. So everybody, look forward to see John and ask questions and all sorts of different things on the DefCon Discord server. We're in the ICS Village subgroup. And John, thank you very much. That was a fantastic presentation.
Thank you. Cheers. Bye.
Will you guys let me know when to start? Afternoon and good evening, everybody. Welcome to my talk. Thank you very much for being with me or watching this video, and thank you, ICS Village organization for Shall I continue?
Go for it.
Oh, okay.
For those of you tuning into the ICS Village talk, this is Bryson Bort, the lead for the ICS Village. We're having some technical difficulties with Marina calling in from Europe. Her connection keeps dropping, so bear with us. We're trying to work through this. If we're not able to successfully pull this off during this hour, we're going to find another time to record a talk with Marina, and we will still share that with you after the conference.
Hello, and I'm back. I don't know. I'm glad that I managed to get two internet connections for this talk. So now I'm on backup connection. So I am a true good. I have a good cybersecurity program in here. So well, and I stopped that I used to be this offensive vulnerability researcher, and in recent years the word offensive is kind of have a very negative meaning. So that's why I call myself right now a vulnerability researcher. And I used to do very like crazy and exotic things. I have 6 accepted and 5 presented black hats. I have 2 DefCon CCC troopers, SAS, hack in the box. I even keynoted at ICS JWG. So I've done a fancy stuff. And I used to create these troubles for asset owners and plant operators. And I believe that my threats are the most important and urgent to defend against. And I was very opinionated about that. But now I'm a manager of the cybersecurity program, and I'm responsible for keeping my customers' plants safe and secure. yes, I still think my past research was cool and very important. Uh, but no, I don't think that defending against my cool and very important threat is my priority right now. And this is what this talk is about. Um, so was my past life, and this is what you see here on the photo. It's how I was getting ready for the my Black Hat USA 2017 talk. And this is somewhere 1 a.m. in the night. And I gladly spent time with all of my hardware and servers and troubleshooting, and it really was very satisfactory. But my life has changed entirely since then. And now I became a consumer of problems I used to create. So my current life is really extraordinary boring. All of those things which all of us typically hate, like agenda is my second nature right now. I operate on terms like standards, compliance, KPI, policies, procedures. Everything has to be very cost effective, and it's all about risks. So, at the beginning, I was kind of a little bit upset, like, what did I agree to do, like, for this job? And like, as my very good cybersecurity friend, also researcher, told me, well, congratulations, dear, you are a manager now. So yeah, my life has changed. And yes, some of you will probably argue, but Marina, you previously worked like as a lead and senior cybersecurity consultant and an engineer and a principal threat analyst before. You've done this job. You did consulted customers about cybersecurity programs. You did threat assessments. You should know all of these things. This shouldn't be something new for you. And that is a difference. That consultants, as a consultant, it's your job to actually point to the problems. You have to find them. And as an analyst, you also have to report about problems. And then you leave the customer with a recommendation, and you actually do not see the larger picture. So money is not involved because you are not actually remediating or building plans to remediate. You're not really going into the individual circumstances of individual plans, maybe internal politics or relationships and whatnot. So this part was not previously present. And now I'm responsible for the entire picture because I'm going to the sales meetings. I then participate in bids and project proposals. I am then participating in the building configuring systems, like entire solutions for the customers, networks. And then when the customer is operating the new environment, for example, or upgraded environment, or even if it is a brownfield, I also consult on the advanced service or provide advanced services. So basically, when I go already with a sales meeting into the customer, I already see in advance how we will be implementing it and building and what we will be consulting. And I need to consult customer in advance what they might need in the future because I know what they will need. So basically, it's really a big difference between then and now. And maybe the best way to explain is in that previously I've seen this local optimum. So I was working on one task, like for example, hey, I just do assessment of one plant, and then maybe I even propose mitigations, and maybe even in prioritized fashion, but it's a local optimum. Now I work, for example, for building cybersecurity programs for the entire company with multiple plants. So now I have to optimize the global optimum. And actually, maybe like for me personally, this is the best analogies to describe like what I'm doing right now and overall what I need to achieve right now in my new role. Is the best example is linear programming. I don't know how many of you know about that, but as an engineer, this is what I used to do a lot for engineering problems. And I put the link into the Wikipedia. I highly recommend to check it out. And it's basically every problem you need to solve or optimize, because this linear programming is frequently used for solving operational problems and finding the optimizing, for example, profit or something else based on the constraints which needs to be fulfilled. And you then formulate the problem which you need to optimize, and you formulate your constraints, and then specific applications will try to solve you that optimization problem. And sometimes it takes hours and whatnot. So this is how I actually think about pretty much every problem, because we always try to find this optimum based on the constraints we have. And in my new role, it's just like the optimization equations got longer and the list of constraints got longer. So optimization is becoming more and more difficult and challenging and trickier. But that's the beauty about it. So, and maybe the situation in which I am right now, it reminds me a little bit of Karsten Noll's story. Uh, because he used to be cybersecurity researcher, he is still, and he was a source of troubles. And at some point, he became a CISO of the richest startup in the world. It was in India, and basically, he became a consumer of own troubles. And he gives insightful talks on how it is impossible to build perfect cybersecurity program or just security for any application or anything, even with all the money and knowledge in the world. And it's really fascinating talks how which he gives. Unfortunately, there are no recording, but I was lucky enough to see it in person a couple of times. But it's interesting was to see that even if you have all the money and all the knowledge, finding this optimizing that equation with so many constraints is impossible. You just have to find like basically good enough. So before I jump into the talk, a couple of disclaimers. This is the least technical talk I've ever gave. Still too many slides. I'm still working on trying to have fewer slides for my talks. I think maybe for some of you this talk may be boring, so I'm sorry for that. Um, and I know that many of the professionals in this field, especially who has many years of experience, after seeing this talk, they would say, well, I told you so. Yes, I know you did 10 and 7 or 5 years ago, but I was a different person at the time. I agree with you now. So this talk is based on my own thoughts and considerations. So whatever tips and suggestions I provide, no warranty they will work for you. And honestly, for my current life phase, I work on so many projects at the same time, have to switch quickly. I've realized I really became comfortable that good enough is actually perfect. I used to be such a perfectionist. So basically, like who I was in all good times, that was my entire world. Like I've been looking for the most weird, difficult, exotic ways of exploiting cyber physical systems. I was mostly working at the layer of controllers and physical processes. And the more difficult and challenging problem was, the more I was interested and determined to find the solutions. And, like I would used to have calls with my security researchers friends and bashing about like, oh my gosh, can you imagine they did not patch that vulnerability, how terrible it is. I used to be all of that person. And now when somebody is telling me, like my customers telling me, well, do you think we need to publish that remote code execution vulnerability in some device? And I say like, no, if you have some time and money to spend, please build your demilitarized zone. So, and basically, like if I would try to explain like what suggestions I was previously given, this would be examples. So, for example, this picture, this cluttered room is basically a good example of how traditional OT environments look like many of them, it's just like this cluttered room, like there is everything everywhere. There is no really structure. Nobody knows what, where, somehow it works. And I guess many of my OT colleagues will understand. And I was saying that, like, if the context of this cluttered room, I was telling that if we would apply some very advanced cybersecurity solutions, like, for example, an analogy would be to put this beautiful chandelier in this room, and suddenly this room will become beautiful and organized. And in reality it won't. Like I was trying to tell, like if you put this chandelier room, or basically it will transform that room into the Omnia Club in the Las Vegas. I'm nostalgic at this point, but of course it won't happen. So obviously when I was recommending like skip the basics, apply some advanced cybersecurity controls and you will be fine, clearly that was a really wrong recommendation, and I am admitting it now. So, and basically now that I was that person, and now when I basically my customer come to me and saying like, hey, this is my cybersecurity budget and I need to understand how best I spend it, like I have to be pragmatic and cost effective, and I have to change the way how I think. And this is how I've learned actually to like secure architectures. So for example, we all know how the traditional ICS network would look like. We have a corporate network and a Scada network, and somewhere, and at the bottom of it, we have a physical application which we are trying to protect. And basically, typically we build such networks in a layered fashion. You know about that, and it's all determined by the data flows. At the bottom, we have real time uh, data exchange, and it's become less real time at the top. And in general, this could be basically divided into two parts, like process control and monitoring at the bottom, and process management. And ideally, you should build them in such a way that you could always decouple this upper part. So you may lose all of your corporate and layer 3, like this process management. You should be able to operate. You might not be able to serve your customers, like dispatch your chemicals or whatnot, but you still save and you still can produce. And if your, like vessels are full, you may just shut down plant, but in a safe manner. And like basically, if you look at the entire architecture, how it's like the very classic Purdue reference architecture look like, and looks like this. And actually, I previously, I mean, of course, it always made sense for me from the data processing standpoint, but now I started appreciating it from the organizing and building cybersecurity. And I will explain why. And this is basically, it also helps me to explain customers how they should prioritize their expenditures, so that I could have a meaningful conversation, which they also, this argumentation, which they can follow. And at the bottom, we have actually, this is where our physical process, and this is where the hazard live, and we are trying to prevent hazardous situation. And we have sensors and actuators, which are solid units, which are completely trusted. At the moment, there is no security controls which we can apply there, and they're considered to be trusted. So basically, there is nothing what we can do from the security standpoint there at the moment, but this is where we actually, this is a layer which we are trying to protect. And then we have a very gigantic, this layer 1, layer 2 ways, your distributed control system. And here's actually one more disclaimer, in that clearly I'm mostly specializing in chemical, pharmaceutical, oil and gas. So basically large continuous processes. So this is a background which I use in my presentation. So this is why I'm talking in the context of distributed control system. And while this is already a system with computers, and we could actually apply traditional security controls, which we apply in the corporate network, things are very difficult in here. And this is why I put it's complicated. At the moment, unfortunately, the situation is such that the market is full of really fantastic solutions which we could apply for security, and a lot of IT companies also basically trying to push their solutions into this layer. But at the moment, we still did not find a good way how to basically approve and manage and apply these security solutions in these layers. And the point is, the truth is also that vendors like ABB and all others, whatever you think of, like Siemens, the most famous, Yokogawa, Honeywell, and so on, each vendor has to approve specific solutions to be applied. So the customer is pretty much limited to what they can use. And because at the moment there is such a competition and a variety of products, they're still not even sure what is the best and what is most cost effective, that it's actually very difficult to apply, like really implement proper cybersecurity, technical cybersecurity controls in this layer. So where we actually left with is our layer 3 and layer and demilitarized zone. And this is where you actually this is already full-fledged servers. You can patch them, you can use a host agent for advanced threat detection, you can do vulnerability scanning, threat hunting, whatnot. It's all yours. So this is where you can actually collect the logs from firewalls, monitor data flows, and whatnot. So this is actually, you can implement a full-fledged cybersecurity program in here. Uh, and like basically apply patches and reboot servers without interrupting productions. And you would probably argue, but Marina, we still want to have this defense in depth, like we should still do something in layer 2 and level 1. And here's where I actually find a good argument why we should still concentrate most of our efforts on demilitarized zone and level 3. So when we talk about level 1 and level 2, this is already, they are actually part already of the safety protections. And I will explain you why. So on this slide, you see actually the relationship between security and safety, like if you put it like in a temporary fashion. So we have layers of security protections, which actually protects us from threats. And behind every threat is a human is always behind. It's something intentional. And if the attacker was able to go through all the layers of security protections, we have already security incident. And then we say, well, this is where we rely on the layers of safety protections so that the attacker would not be able to actually cause a hazardous situation. But here's the point. So when we talk about the DCS, so basically basic process control and alarm and operator interventions, if you, as you can see it on the slide, they are actually already parts of the security layers. These are layers of safety uh, preventions measures. So we basically, it suddenly makes more sense to keep attacker as far away. So we basically have to really build a very strong perimeter and make sure basically minimize chances that even the attacker will even approach our layers of safety protections because it's our last line of defense. But there is one more argument, and it goes into the finances. We all know that, you know, like operations, even a small hiccup on the network when maybe packets is not arrived, that already may cause process upset. And majority of incidents or cyber related incident which happens in the plants, they're not security, they're cyber incident where not enough memory, not enough storage, network congestion or whatnot. But all of those, they already introduce interruptions into the normal operations and actually reduces the efficiency of how we run the process. And this is a really big problem for the operators because they are operating on the, so yes, the number one priority is safety, but their second and number two priority is to maintain actually uh, cost-effective operations. And if you look at the like on the left, you have a slide. When we look at the about integrity protection layer 3, we have alarms in there, and there is even explicitly stated financial alarm. You know, like we're losing money. And on the right, you see another graph where we still operating, may still operate in the normal operational envelope. We're still producing our product, but we are already not in profit. We are already losing money because we are not producing effectively. The product is still up to specification, but we are using too much energy, losing too much useful chemicals, maybe in the purge or whatnot. So they're not, and this is why, you know, like we know that pretty much any hiccup on this, on the DCS operations may cause this inefficiency in the productions. And this is one second reason why we really want to keep the attacker away. We want to minimize chances of attacker even reaching that level. We don't want any random person roaming in our industrial control network. And this is actually to give you an example, like how much money we may lose if the operator will not, for example, react on time. So on the left, you see that, for example, when we talk about minor effects, something what, you know, just minor, it's not even medium, it's not major, it's minor. It's when you lose estimated like from 10K and 100K. You know, if you talk about the budget of 100K, IT people cannot even imagine such budgets. You know, like this will be fantastic pen test of the entire corporate network. And we fight 5 years to get that. You know, T-Vault, well, we don't even, we care not so much about that loss. And like on the right, if you see, for example, basically when the operators decide like what to react, to what alarm react first, they basically have to react to emergency alarms first. And this is when they have very little, if you can see, we have very little reaction time, 5 to 15 minutes. And if they will not react within that time, like for example, within 15 minutes, the loss could be up to from 1 to 10 million or even more than 10 million. Imagine just those numbers. So imagine then we do not really build strong perimeter, and we say, well, even if the attacker gets to the control layer, we will still try to detect him in there. But if the attacker will manage to suppress just one stream with one this critical alarm, if the operator just basically lost his visibility for a few minutes, he fails to react on time, and the losses can go up to 10 million. So as you can see, because of this very short reaction time, high losses, we really want to keep all the attackers away from our control environments. And this is why I still argue that we have to introduce as many technical controls in the layer 3 and demilitarize and try to detect. So make sure that the only conduit into your control network has, so basically the attacker has to go through the demilitarized zone and through layer 3. There is no any other way into the control network. So basically the attacker has to go there, and you try to maximum to detect an intrusion in those layers. So this is why I say this is your top priority. And for example, prioritize spending 80% of your expenditures in those layers. And that means also that you first have to actually build your proper reference architecture. You need to form a proper DMZ zone. You need to properly form your level 3. And this is very expensive. It's very difficult. It's complex. But this should be your number one priority. And I can't believe I am saying that, because 2 years ago, I would not believe that I would be saying something like that. And actually, the layer 1 and 2, this is where most your security controls at the moment can take form of policies, procedures, and common sense prayers, like check karma of your employees and whatnot. So of course, there is also slight deviation. The standard will tell you how the absolutely ideal network architecture should look like. And then, there is a reality, because, it's all about balancing security versus usability and versus cost. Again, we are talking about linear programming optimization. And for example, for our ABB control system, and I'm saying this is for ABB, it might not be applicable to every organization. We built, for example, slightly, I would not want to say simplified, because this is security level 4 architecture, but it's a little bit more manageable, because, for example, for certain operations, like for example, for antivirus updates and backup, we do allow routing of the traffic between DMZ and level 2, but that is because the way how we implement those services, because we still do them in a very secure, very conservative way. And we are very well aware that this is not a risky to do so, but it is a much more manageable architecture. And that is the point, that for every organization, that architecture, security architecture will look, I mean, it must be individual and it might look differently. It's all about basically implementing all of your data flows and access control and identity management in a secure way. So for example, once you map all of your data flows and file exchange routes, and you make sure that, they are very secure, then you're good. So, but that has to be properly analyzed. And again, I'm saying that it might not be looking like a traditional Purdue architecture, but it still has to be secure. But once you build the security architecture, and unfortunately in this talk, I do not even have time to go in all of the zones and conduits and why it is so amazing. But once you have this granular and properly build architecture, which you capable of managing, then it is very easily to actually introduce any other service, because like I will jump back to the slide. We have like layer 3 where you have operations management. This is basically your service layer, and you actually may share it. So if you have a site with several plants, you may share that level 3 between multiple sites. You will have multiple level 2, but then one layer 3 which will be services for all sites. And again, once you build this properly format and you are capable of managing your architecture, introducing new services become really plug and play. So this is an example. I removed the name of the application, but this is one of the ABP application, advanced service, like advanced application for process control. And we already build them and implement them in such a way that you just plug and play to your existing infrastructure, and integrating a new service and introducing it and configuring is extremely easy. And it's just an example of ABB, but it could be any application and any vendor. So when I work with a customer, so this is exactly the processes and explanations which I'm going through. It probably sounds for all of you so boring, like, Marina, like, where's vulnerability research, where's CV? But that is my new world right now, and I have to break these complex problems into easy arguments so that I could actually implement the fundamentals right, so that I could play to build the advanced security controls. And so many customers rightfully argue that it's expensive to implement correctly the entire architecture at the beginning. Yes, but in the long term, it's a gigantic cost saving factor, and it provides you really very manageable, very high level of security assurance. So, of course, life would not be boring if it would be easy. On one hand, like it's so easy to say, well, just put in firewall and then you're done. You just like have your DMZ. The reality is not so easy because, such projects, so every customer is constrained by the available budgets and sometimes by schedule, like, hey, I schedule my downtime on this time and I need to be very quick. And you see, like forming a DMZ or even just adding a extra firewall, if they have already one firewall in VID in like north, they have already north and VID in south. It's not that easy. It's not only hardware cost, but it's also, like a lot of, I put here on the slide, it's just a snippet, an example from our real project where we are building a DMZ. It's not complete, I hide the details, but just give you an idea how many activities goes into such projects. It all costs money. So eventually it's not just buying a firewall, but executing such projects is expensive because a lot of activities goes in there just to configure everything. And eventually, because also building fire DMZ, meaning like you have to proper build your services or servers and split services to make sure that everything is secure and everything. And then it's suddenly, because you still have this amount of budget, and it suddenly become this Tetris for adult game. You're trying to shuffle this budget, like maybe we will remove a little bit in here and do there, we will remove switch but add a server in there and so on, because you're trying to optimize customer value with available budget. So it's not that easy to build it. And this is always, like the most interesting things are like always in the details. But still, I would argue this point of my life and in the current role that forming a proper DMZ is of higher priority activity than, for example, patching a code execution vulnerability in the control at some lower level, like. And anyway, like at the moment, patching controllers is, I mean, depending of course on the CVE, but like since most of them do not even have authentication and you can directly talk to them, why even bother patching? But again, probably many of my cybersecurity researchers don't like what I'm saying right now, and we can talk about that. Reach out on their Twitter. Well, here's a pro tip. As I said, building security architectures is expensive, and sometimes plant operator experience really difficulties when making those financial decisions, whether or not to invest into extra firewall, extra server, and so on. So here's is my pro tip, like how to ease that decision making for the customer. Conduct a high level simplified risk assessment of specific architecture enhance or data flow and document identify risk. Explain risk and potential consequences to the operators. Um, Remind them that ultimately they are responsible for all the risks that they are planned, and they shall eventually address them by accepting or mitigating. And if mitigating they consider this point too expensive, they have to be aware that they will have to accept that risk, and this is the potential consequences. And typically, what, the simple process makes the decision so much more easier. That, okay, you know what, I don't want to be responsible for that. Put the firewall, we will find budget. So you're welcome. And sometimes also, like, this is why I learned to like compliance, because sometimes you would say, well, if they're still doubting, shall I not, you will say, hey, the standards is telling you, or the best practices are telling you, and then it actually makes the decision making also easier for the customer. So the second part is how I learned to love standards, which I never done before. So in June last year, I actually gave a talk about 62443, how it is applied about to this asset, and I actually was bashing about the standard a little bit. I was, of course, factual, but I kind of like expressed a couple of disagreement. And because I have a lot of very good friends who actually build this standard, like I never published the slides because I was a little bit ashamed. Like, how could I say some negative things or basically point out to some maybe imperfections in the standard. And gosh, how I'm ashamed of myself, because like right now I absolutely love and adore 62443. That's everything for me right now. And here's the point. So why I started liking it. So performing technical cybersecurity plans audits is not actually very hard. I have gigantic, like really extensive experience in auditing plans, and I've done it for multiple organizations, for multiple industries globally. So that's something where I'm like skilled, and I have no issues with that. Where it's becoming difficult and complex is when you actually have to build the entire cybersecurity program or build a program for mitigating in prioritized fashion with timeline and cost. And suddenly it's becoming a very complex, expensive, and time consuming process. In addition to that, because if it is a process and you invest money into it, you need actually to justify, to find some measured value um, to justify the expenditures to the project sponsors. Sometimes it's government, sees, or whatnot. You actually need to measure your progress, and you actually need also to compare, cybersecurity posture and mitigation progress of individual plans, which are completely different maturity, but you need to compare it in some normalized metrics. And this is where this business risk KPIs all came back into my life, and I suddenly it reminded and all my knowledge from which I got. So I have an MBA degree, and suddenly all that knowledge came handy to me, and I started like basically remembering all of what I've learned in my MBA, and I put it into practice. And here's another thing. So the fourth principle of economics, there are 10 of them. The fourth one is my favorite. People respond in incentives. It means that we do certain actions and make decisions based on their perceived value to us. It could be also negative value, it could be positive value. And this is a fun story. When I had a meeting with a CISO of a very large industrial organization, and we'll keep telling him about our success stories where we've done fantastic projects for our customers. And then I told him like, hey, we built for a large LNG plant a cybersecurity program where we matured customer from quadrant 5 to quadrant 11. 11, it's kind of recommended for oil and gas industry. So basically security level 3, maturity level 3. And his immediate question was, and where we are now? Like people are competitive, like they want to compare themselves. And I was just like, well, let's build your KPIs about those, and let's explain you how you can get from some lower quadrants into the higher quadrant. And what I like about 62443 is that it provides a lot of logical and meaningful ways to build your KPIs when building cybersecurity programs. So, for example, even I must admit, I previously was skeptical about the security levels and how they are described. Right now, I like them because they really help me to for example, when we talk about security architectures, like we need to perform risk assessment of every system, like fire and gas and emergency shutdown and process control and safety and whatnot. And then we need to assign security levels based on the criticality, risk criticality, and also assign those security levels to conduits. And then we need to meet those requirements. And right now, I really like it because it gives me something tangible to work with. And we know that different plants have different maturity. So some of them terribly legacy, some of them a mixture of legacy and new, some are very new. And the standards is also providing us with additional metrics so that you can, for example, measure capability security level, like, well, legacy system will not be very capable. But your target security level is, let's say your capability level is 1 and your target is 3, then the standard will tell, well, you can use compensating controls and see whether to achieve the target level. And then you measure your progress with this achieved security level. You probably will go from level 1 to level 2 and level 3. So all of the security levels in the standard, they provide a really a way to build very nice KPIs to measure the effectiveness of your program. And then, of course, you need to measure also how well you're doing. And then the standard has a maturity levels, and this is what actually forms those quadrants. It's basically uh, like which security level you were able to achieve and how mature you in maintaining that security, those security controls. And what I like about this maturity levels, so for example, if you already have, so level 1 is just like you have a security control, and level 2, if you basically build your documented process about that, you're already in level 2. It's so easy to progress in those quadrants. And level 3 is actually if you are practicing. So for example, you have antivirus. Level 2, you have a documented process how to update an antivirus. And level 3, you actually updating that antivirus, and you already, so basically you can use these quadrants for pretty much every security controls, and that will help you to actually monitor and measure the progress, your mitigations progress, which for any season governance will make very fantastic numbers. And of course, you can build much more smarter and more interesting KPI, but this could be building you a very fantastic foundation. So this is something what I can work with, and something easy to explain to the customer, and it seems like an achievable process. So, and this is another interesting thing that I used to hate even the word policies and procedure. I used to teach ISO 2701 at the university, and it was the least my favorite topics. I would have an allergy for the word policy and procedure. And now this is my number one to go. So when I start working with a customer, it says like, well, we've never done anything with the security, and now we understand it's an important part. Government wants it. We understand that the risks are higher at the moment. If you want to build the cybersecurity program, and that is the number one, what I need from them is like, guys, we need to establish policies and procedures. Policies will tell you what I want in terms of security. Your all security goals need to be described in the policy. It's very high level, very in short sentences. And procedures will actually tell you how you're going to implement it. Because even if you talk about the backup, there is thousands of ways to implement the backup. We need to describe, procedure will tell you how, what is acceptable level way of implementing backups in the specific organization, which is based on their network architecture, based on the risk assessment, on perceived risk or acceptable risk, personal preferences. And if this is not, these documents do not exist, we will always be unsure, but what is a good way of implementing your backup? We need first to formulate the procedures. And then the beauty part of the procedures is that you, number one, you have roles and responsibilities. People will be assigned like a responsibility for specific tasks, and they will put their signature. And as soon as people put their signature, they feel responsible. Things will start happening. If nothing is described, nothing is defined, nobody's responsible, there is no cybersecurity program. And for me, the number one working step when working with the organization, developing policies and procedures, assigning roles and responsibilities, train those who are responsible, and then on top we can suddenly start building a program because somebody is responsible. And I remember how much I hate the word RASI, this responsibility assignment matrix, and now I love it. Well, and then basically the last tip is basically it's my so how do you because when I'm asked by the customer, please build me the cybersecurity program, that number one is that they know how it is expensive, and the stakeholders and the CISOs, they want to know, are we doing well? Like, was it even budget, and just spending that budget was justified? And we know that with the security, it's difficult to measure because, you know, like if nothing is happening, people believe that why do we need that security? We are not detecting even anything. And this is why I measure the effectiveness differently. So what I do, I take the corporate risk matrix and I tell them that, you know what, in order to make sure that you are socially responsible, that you're minimizing your potential business risk, you want to basically, in terms of cybersecurity risk, you want to be in quadrant green, like in those green area. And if we bring, like if we implement security controls and we conduct all of this risk assessment in a specific documented way on which we all agree. And we believe that with implemented security controls, we minimize risks to acceptable level. Then that program was justified. And then when the government will knock your door or who not, you will show, hey, I'm managing my risk. I am responsible. And if you talk about the same things with the plant personnel, use the word license to operate because they will understand what it means. For example, when we talk about the safety, if you did not minimize your safety risks to gain this acceptable level, so you never would be allowed to leave red. So it has to be at least amber and green. You will not get your license to operate. This is the same with security. Tell them the word of license to operate that now your cybersecurity risks are minimized to the level which is acceptable. And they will then understand, oh, then we did a good job. So you see, the work which I'm doing right now and my current responsibility sounds a little bit so boring, high level, but in reality it's so complex and I need really like kind of have to also think hard how to break these complex problems in a manageable and achievable steps. So and now that basically how I wrote in the like in my abstract, but yeah, Marina, but still people like you exist and there are advanced attacks. Like, do you think your current approach like basically concentrate a lot of your security controls in the upper layers is effective against advanced attacks? And I wanted to give you an example. So for many years, I was dreaming to do something like killing a water filter in a water utility. And last year, or at the beginning of last year, I was lucky enough that I work with the I Trust Research Center in Singapore, and their team has kindly assisted me in the experiment where like trying to kill this ultra filtration filter in a water utility. It looks like that. And of course, when we try to cause a physical damage to a specific piece of equipment, it's all have to start how that things can be damaged, like what is harmful to it. So you basically have to read the manual and see what are the harmful conditions. And on one hand, you can kill it if you have like too many impurities in water, like oil or grease. It will basically damage the membrane, but I don't know how to implement it. How will I introduce oil into the closed system remotely? But the second condition is that what will damage the membrane is high pressure. So for example, in this specific model, it's a 2-bar. So it's basically in overall a prolonged operation on a very peak load, which is basically close to 2-bar, will kill that filter. So, okay, we need to build the pressure in the pipe. So for that, we need now to steal the process documentation. And there are two things, there are two ways how the attacker can find it. And it's all, of course, individual. So if the entire process was built and programmed and designed in the company, you actually need to infiltrate the company and steal this documentation. But very frequently, and it's very like really very frequently, so the designs and actually programming of the PLC is done by the subcontractor. So you need actually to find the subcontractor of the company which is of interest to you, and basically in the typically smaller companies not so well protected, and then you have to steal basically the documentation is in there. And this is why in your cybersecurity policy it has to be there that you need to require your third-party providers to achieve certain security posture in their organization. And we know that, for example, that is a requirement in NERC-CIP. So let's assume like as an attacker, I identify the suppliers, I got the documentation, I now know that there are two data flows go into this filtering. Basically, I can do it via the HMI screens or PIND diagram. And because the second flow is go from backwash, I probably need to take a look what's happening in the backwash and how things are working in there. And then I will understand basically which PLCs and which control logic I need to enter and which equipment I need to compromise to actually implement this attack. But then I still, like I don't understand which conditions will trigger basically because I want two flows to flow simultaneously, and I don't know how to do that. I need to find the conditions, and it's actually guided in the state machine in the PLC. And this is something what I already won't find on any diagram. I actually need the PLC code. So, for example, if the PLC was programmed in the organization, I need actually already to penetrate the organization, and this is where you should really try to prevent me from doing that. Because I need to steal a PLC code and read it in order to identify those conditions. And basically then I need to manipulate the PLC logic or packets on the network, depending really how things are implemented. But let's assume that I found the way to actually pull off this attack. And this is specific cases, like in the context of this process, I needed basically to implement attacks on two PLCs. I need to compromise two different PLC in two different parts of the process. So it was stage 3 and stage 4. So they are basically, it's a lot of things for me to compromise. And then so basically, well, let's assume that from the cyber perspective, I was able to implement it, and now the water from two flows, which never should flow simultaneously, it flows gushing through the filter. And I now want to see how much, because I still don't know whether I will be able to reach the pressure which I need. So I basically need to measure, am I able to achieve 2 bars? And we ran that experiment, and it turned out that the maximum differential pressure we were able to achieve in the filter was just 1 bar. So it's not enough for breakage. So as you can see, the attacker is not almighty. Um, but the most important point in here, that there is no way I can ever figure out this, what the pressure I can achieve, like for example 1 bar, without actually interacting with the actual physical process. And I might have this fantastic idea, this is what I'm saying, that the attacker is not almighty, and that the successful implementation of a damage scenario and its cyber execution will not necessarily result in successful attack, because certain things I will only be able to measure on the live process. And this is what the point which I'm saying, that many targeted damage attacks, this is the scenarios where I mostly work in, I enjoy working, and it's useful to conduct such research. But the point is that such targeted damage attacks require prolonged access to the process equipment. And this is what I'm saying, limit or eliminate such option for the attacker. If the attacker don't have that option, they will not be able to execute it, or maybe they may try to guess, like, well, I feel like if I will do that, implement that attack, and they will try to create an autonomous malware. Well, they don't know they will be successful. If it's only 1 bar, you're not damaging anything. So on the other hand, like myself and my co-researchers, we recently came up with a really worrisome and way of compiling completely automated and very targeted payloads for industrial processes. We actually were accepted with this talk for Black Hat, but we had to withdraw because me and my co-researchers, we received new job roles, and we felt it was inappropriate if you will be talking about basically offensive research. So we have to withdraw. Um, but it's possible. But nevertheless, again, the number of scenarios you will be able to implement with such autonomous payloads is much more limited in comparison. So that's why I'm saying, make sure that every conduit which leads to the your control equipment and physical process goes through demilitarized zone and level 3, and monitor for the attacker there, look for him in there, limit or eliminate his ways for each having persistent access. And this is where, so for example, yes, if we talk about defense in depth, we still cannot, of course, guarantee that the attacker will not get those persistent access or continuous access to the process. So focus on protecting and monitoring high criticality events and data flows when, for example, something especially in the time of the situation when you have emergency alarms and the reaction time 5 to 15 minutes, maybe have a redundancy. So if the attacker managed to spoof or suppress alarm or drop the packet, I don't know, with this alert, make a redundancy for every critical alarm, that it goes maybe 2 communication paths so that the operator will not miss it. So I guess so that was pretty much it from me. So as you can see, basically the way how I'm building the cybersecurity program right now is kind of good to actually make life of the advanced attackers like myself. So it might, I mean, we know that in security, no guarantees, but it's really make life so much more difficult. And I don't have really smart afterwards. As I say, this was not a very technical talk. It was just my confessions about how I think differently right now when I'm working in a different role. And as I said, building enterprise plant or plant-wide cybersecurity program is not simple, but it can be broken into the simplest steps, which makes you easier decisions, make your decision-making process easier and maybe more transparent and a more prioritized fashion. Basically, applying this "how do you eat an elephant" principle. And in this talk, I shared you how I broke down that for myself. Focus on establishing the foundation first, even if it is extremely boring. And like I can't believe, like a couple years ago I would not believe that I would say something like that, but I'm saying that. And yes, in process control, because like if you remember, I told that we don't want even that attacker be in our control system, not even messing up, but even be there. It's such a sensitive system. It's just like, think it about like a belly of the cat. It's something soft. We need to build a very hard shell around it. We just don't want anybody even being there. And the success of our security program is about minimizing chances of anybody reaching those layers. And yes, of course, I'm missing my cybersecurity vulnerability research. So if I have a couple of minutes, and I guess I have, I would take a couple of questions.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so we don't have any questions yet, but I do want to share some feedback that happened because there were multiple times in your talk that you were saying this. For the record, this is not boring at all. It's really good to see the higher level view, long-term strategy, etc. Somebody else, I concur. This is a more realistic topic for asset owners and integrators. In my opinion, there is a large gap between academia, government research, security researchers, and the reality of real operational technology environments.
Okay, so I'm very glad that people enjoy the talk. I'm really glad that somebody found it useful.
I also informed everybody on the DefCon Discord channel that you would be trying to join there if you were able to.
So we are not live anymore.
We are still live.
Okay. All right. So I thank everybody for the attention and for being here. There was like also good feedback on the Twitter. So thank you very much. And I will try my best to join the channel on the DefCon right now.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Marina.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. This is Can from Istanbul, Turkey, and I am with Sarkan today. And we will be talking about the playing with electricity and red teaming in power distribution companies, or hacking in the power distribution companies. Before getting started, I would like to thank the ICS Village team having us. It's really great opportunity to meet you all. We really like to be part of the community activities all over the world. We also some community activities in Turkey as well. So it's really great to be meeting you all over here. Basically, we have 1 hour with you, and basically we have 3 parts of presentation. The first part is overview. We will make a brief information, give a brief information about the electricity architecture and power distribution company architecture, and give you some SCADA application architecture upon it. And then we will discuss red teaming scenarios, and then we will perform some attacks on our simulation lab. Actually, thanks to Sarkan, our simulation lab had some Murphy issues. We changed our hardwares like 4 times last 3 days. But it worked at the end of the day, and we did videos for this presentation to avoid any problems. So we will have some videos and we will talk upon it. All right, so let's do it. So Sarkan, please go ahead and introduce yourself, please.
Thank you, Can. First of all, good afternoon for the American side spectator, and maybe good night or good evening for the European and Asian side spectator. First of all, I'd like to thank you for giving us for opportunity in this beautiful organization, and I'd like to express my pleasure being there. Now I will give information about myself. I am Serkan Temel. I am electric and electronic engineer. I have 7 years experience about industrial control systems, SCADA systems, based on electric distribution, transmission, and power generation. For last 1 year of my career, I'm focused on the cybersecurity in SCADA systems, and also focused on the industrial control system cybersecurity topics. Thank you, Can. We can go on now. Presentation.
I am also an electronic engineer, and I have more than 8 years cybersecurity background. And last 5 years, I mostly concentrated on critical infrastructure and ICS SCADA cybersecurity. At the moment, we both working for CyberWise for critical infrastructure cybersecurity at the moment. And today, as you mentioned, we will discuss electricity subsector and power distribution, red teaming, and cybersecurity. All right, we want to start with why electricity matters, actually. It's not just for us, but for all rest of the world. It's the backbone of all critical infrastructure. When it fails, it directly affects the daily life or the modern life fundamentals. And for example, it affects health sector, transport sector, transportation, and finance sector, and so on. So once it fails, it directly affects people and public safety, and it's a really backbone of the critical infrastructure. So we want to take that part, and we wanted to build a presentation upon it. So we will be discussing about the red teaming in power distribution companies. But before it, we need to understand the electricity architecture in a process-wise. Basically, it has 3 parts. We have power generation, we have transmission lines, and then we have power distribution part. Most of the time, power plants and power generation located in the out of the city centers. That means we need to carry electricity long way of kilometers. It means we require the transmission lines. And finally, that means we need power up-down operations. Once we are over from the transmission lines, we came up to the power distribution. Actually, it is the last line of the customer touch. I mean, if something fails in power distribution part, it directly affects customer and our business. To be honest, the distribution companies and electricity distribution process is not too much complicated when we compare it to power plants or petrochemical industry. So it is easy to attack and also it is easy to defend. Serkan, would you like to add
Yes,
something?
I would like to at some point in that presentation, today we tell you distribution, electric distribution, but I would like to be aware of this point. Transmission layer is a critical part of the electricity architecture because it's the bridge between power generation and power distribution, and it's the backbone of the electricity architecture. Today topics are distribution, electricity, but transmission is very, very critical in the cybersecurity perspective.
And actually, it depends over the countries or over the regions. Sometimes it's operated by the government, sometimes it's operated by the private companies. It really depends on the region and country's perspective. But I really agree with you that it's transmission lines also the core of the electricity architecture. Thank you. So let's deep dive into the power or electricity distribution infrastructure. First of all, it's a really great example of the Scada because you have the people, which means the supervisory element of the Scada, and you have remote locations. As you can see on the screen, there are lots of different substations connected via different type of communication medias to your control center or emergency control center. So what we said, it's a great example of the Scada application because you get data from all over the different remotely located substation, and sometimes you control over the remote substations. So on the other hand, you have remote offices like payment offices, headquarters, government agencies to report for, or you have direct integration. For example, in Turkey, renewable power plants has to report the nearest power distribution company for the regulation. Basically, what we can say, there are lots of remote locations we have that we need to control, and that means we need different types of communication media. In distribution companies, we really need to take care of the communication media security as a part of the defense mechanism. On the other hand, sometimes some companies or some governments or some countries has smart meter application, which means smart meters has direct affected electricity. They open and close the electricity via metering control center through the smart meters. Why I'm telling you this? Because it will affect our red teaming scenarios and understanding the infrastructure. What we need to understand from this slide, we need the loss of high level of connectivity. There are different types of communication media, and we have lots of different type of substation and equipments. And the rest of it, we have lots of different type of integration. All right, I gone. All right, I will give a brief information and pass to Serkan stage. We discussed about the electricity architecture, and then we discussed about the power distribution architecture. Now we will discuss about the Scada architecture. It's also distributed in the server side, but before jumping into it, we need to understand there is a need of high level of connectivity in such a power distribution company. Sometimes you need to connect the outage management system, ERP application, call center, and so on. Maybe Serkan give some example about that.
Yes, we mentioned about the previous presentation we said that electric distribution touch the customers. So this means that in the distribution company, so many customers works into the like customers management, outage management, VFMs, other stuff, so many stuff for the customers. Reason of that, the distribution Scada systems must be and have to be integrated IT software applications, like John mentioned, that's OMS, like VFM, like the other companies, third-party softwares. Because of that, distribution Scada systems a little bit different from the transmission and power generation Scada systems. And also, And also in the distribution network, so many substations. This means that so many data, so many connection station. So it's we need the powerful SCADA systems. We have to separate this load to the separate server, like application server, like communication server, like data server, like backup server, and so on, like HMI server. So distribution SCADA systems a little bit distributed and separated structure.
Mhm. It's very similar to IT environment. Actually, you have some type of application servers, communication servers. It do some kind of load balancing, and it requires really great integration of IT application or business application. Sometimes it's part of the SCADA applications, like we called outage management system or call center. They are directly talking or integrating with our SCADA application, because once you have a blackout or a kind of the blackout or shut down the electricity, you will get some calls, you need to reach out to your customers, you need to get some data from SCADA. So it's really integrated with IT applications, sometimes cloud applications. And on the other hand, you have untrusted parties like vendors, remote offices, other type of control centers or government agencies. So sometimes it's done via the firewall, sometimes directly connected to your industrial equipments. It really depends on the customer strategy, or sometimes they are not really aware of what kind of communication channels they have. But what we need to remember through here, our SCADA architecture is distributed as a server roles, and it's like an IT application, and it has integration with the business side, and also it talks the substation through the our communication media. So I will leave the comments to Serkan about substation, because it's his expertise, lots of years
Now
there.
we have talked about the substation architecture. In the substation architecture and distribution substation process, we have some main devices for the process we use. The first one is RTU. RTU is a telecontroller which connects field devices to the SCADA systems. We think as a data concentrator or data transfer devices, RTU. Energy analyzer is an energy meter which get information from the CT and VT transformer from electric sites information and translate in the digital sites and give and directly send this information to the SCADA systems. Protection relay is a critical equipment in the distribution and also transmission and also generation, as you know that. Protection relay is the first IAD device, first electronic device connected physical electric system. It is a bridge, cyber and physical world. Reason of that, protection relay is the most critical part and most critical device in the distribution systems. As in cybersecurity perspective, if you want to shut down the electricity, you have to control the protection relay. But maybe you can attack the veto, maybe attack the SCADA systems. It's just blocked our monitoring from the field side. But if we want to control the electricity, shut down the electricity, or re-energize the electricity, you have to control protection relay. The fourth device is the smart meter. Smart meter, as you know, that's for billing purposes and maybe low voltage side for customer side, shut down electricity or re-energize electricity. This last two devices is physical device. Which means the first one is low voltage circuit breaker. It is control the electricity line. And the last one is the medium voltage cubicles, means circuit breaker also inside these cubicles. It controls the electricity line networks.
Mm-hmm.
Next slide, please.
Mm-hmm. I think, yeah.
Yes. Yes, we headline IAD device, protection relay device. This is I would like to say it again because it is very critical. Protection device has two parts. One of the hardware, the otherwise the software. The hardware side, they have analog inputs, analog output, digital input, digital output, and the other serial or Ethernet interface. Voltage and current information takes with analog inputs modules, and also control analog system like set points, power, like set about the frequency, let's set about the voltage. You have to send analog outputs. And digital inputs and digital outputs mostly critical because digital inputs comes from basically circuit breaker position, isolator position, the other information about the physical systems. And digital outputs is control the circuit breakers, means that you control the electricity. Because of that, in the SCADA systems and most of the communication protocols or anomaly detection or the cybersecurity perspective, we focus on the digital output signal. In the beginning of this device, they have serial interface because in that time no Ethernet IP world, and today's most of device has Ethernet interface and it gains advantage of the Ethernet IP world, but it is some cause of the side effect from cybersecurity. This gains of advantages I will tell about later. On the software side, communication protocol. Communication protocols means that industry communication protocol like Modbus, like Profibus, like IEC 104, DMP3, the other. This helps communicate with RTU or communicate with the SCADA systems to send information to the upper level. Logic functions control like circuit breaker or other blocking materials functions, logic functions, and configuration interface. This is the critical part of the IAD device. As I mentioned, that they have Ethernet interface, and most of IAD device nowadays use web service interface for configuration software or configuration interface. So this is the some vulnerability about systems as the weak point of this IAD device nowadays.
Thank you, Serkan. Actually, we always get afraid or get freaked about to touch such intelligent electronic devices because, as you mentioned, one part is physical that controls electricity, and one part is cyber. It's RTU or SCADA applications, and it's like a last line of the physical and cyber breach. Once you control it, you control the electricity. You can control it through the RTU, or you can directly send commands to IAD, or you can trigger some SCADA application set points, and it will directly affect the intelligent electronic devices. But once you're planning a red teaming or pen testing activity, you need to be aware of such a devices can affect the electricity, and you need to be really careful what you are playing with. All right, so now we can discuss about red teaming approach and red teaming scenarios. Before jumping into the details, I wanted to discuss how much red is that, because since it's a critical infrastructure, since it's a last line of the customer touch, can we be really free to be really red teaming? In that case, most of the asset owners and most of the cybersecurity companies get afraid to or avoid the consequences of bad thing happens. So I may say that nobody does directly red teaming. Maybe it's like light pink teaming, let's say, because we really need to be aware of that. The public safety and process safety is much more important than your color activity. So you really need to take care of the process, you really need to take care of the public safety, because we always think in a that way. If we shut down electricity for the hospital and if we kill someone in that hospital because of no electricity. So it really has a great boundary for us to do our tests or pen testing activities or red teaming activities in a controlled way. So it's not really red, light pink maybe, but to understand each other in a better way, I want to express that part as well. So I would like to mention about the core steps we divide it into 5 main steps. Actually, we discussed about the first 2 of them. To understand the process, understand the architecture. Once you do any red teaming activity in any kind of ICS infrastructure, in that case, we are talking about the power distribution. We gave brief information about the electricity architecture, distribution architecture, Scada architecture, and substation architecture. And we told that power distribution companies process is not too much complicated. We have very limited type of signals compared to power plants and petrochemicals. So it's a really easy process, easy to attack and easy to defend. Now we need to define our landscape, and then we will try to create some kind of scenarios to directly develop for the red teaming activity usage. And then finally, we will perform some kind of attacks in our simulation lab. I really don't want to talk about the IT based or getting into the IT and then jumping into OT kind of red teaming activities or landscape. But once you are talking about the power distribution red teaming, we wanted to give you brief landscape information that what you need to know, what you are going to face, and how it will affect your planning. So basically, we have 8 categories that we will discuss today. The first one is protocols. There are different types of protocols you will see in the field, in the distribution companies. Basically, in SCADA part, I mean the wide area network, you will see ISC 104 and the MP3. And substation level, you will see different types of protocols, sometimes GUS, MMS, and so on. And upper level, in supervisor level, you will see softbus, and the control level, you will see Modbus, TCP, RTU, even sometimes serial protocols. And then if you have smart meters, and even in SCADA application, you may have the power line communication. It's still PLC, but it's different term. We will discuss it today as well. And then we said that communication media is very important. If you get into the communication media somehow, let's say you get into the APN network based on GSM, or you get into the RF signals, you then directly interact with substations, interact with RTUs, and interact with control center equipments and emergency control center equipment. So communication media is also too much important for us to red teaming planning. On the other hand, you need to be aware of the third-party integration. There are different types of integration. It depends on the country and region and the regulation. You see some of them in our list. And also, as an asset owner, you have some kind of remote locations or local locations like control center, emergency control center, metering control center, headquarters, payment offices, or communication center for like RF towers. So asset owner locations also matters to us. On the other hand, substation is very important for us because it is remote located and physical and cyber control is very limited compared to control center or emergency control center or headquarters. In that case, you will be facing with industrial protocols on industrial devices, and you may apply some kind of hopping attacks. What I mean by that, once you get into the specific remote substation, you can jump over the other substation, you can jump over the control center or emergency control center. You may create some fake signals. It's like coming from the old remote substation and so on. So it's very great entry point and great defense point for us. But I should stress out that in substation, we have some physical controls. For example, if someone opens the door or if someone opens the cabinet, if someone moving in the substation, it creates some alerts and sends signals over the 104 to the control center. So we still have some type of controls that we need to be aware of when we plan SOC activities or when we plan red teaming activities. On the other hand, technology, I'm sure that all the villagers have proper knowledge of them. I don't want to express each of them because it's like the IT-wise pen testing or red teaming, because it's server, network devices, and some kind of field devices. So I don't want to go each of them. And on the other hand, we have people, for example, in Turkey, we have a specific regulation for assessment in the power generation and distribution companies, and it requires social engineering activities for the energy people, let's say the asset owner people. Sometimes we see that some red teaming activities hit the vendor engineers or OT partner or engineering company engineers. So the people's segment is also really very and different types of mechanisms they have. For example, in Turkey, we need to do physical pen testing, we need to do phone calling, we need to do email-based social engineering. It's all written down by the regulation. And also yet another landscape for us, the industrial process. We will discuss it yet in another conference, because since it is the less signals and it's less complicated in the power distribution and power industry, the industrial process vulnerabilities may affect public safety directly. So we avoid to mention the entry points of process vulnerabilities, but we can discuss it later in for another industries on the following days. All right. So I hope we understood the process, we understood the architecture, and define some kind of landscape. Again, it may change the region, country, and the regulation, but we need to understand the basics of a distribution. So we need to create some kind of scenarios. In this presentation, we created 3 types of scenario. We have created a specific table for that. I will discuss it through them. And it's, again, not IT-based red teaming or pen testing. We try to create some kind of directly effect on electricity-based scenarios. So in this scenario, we had a chance to work with our IoT team leader and hardware security team leader with Fatih Kayran. Actually, he developed this scenario and applied in the field. Once upon a time, we were in the distribution company and came up with the idea that we figured out somehow the smart meters were controlling the city's electricity, which means if we could find a way to send a proper command to smart meters, it will directly shut down the electricity. In that case, that smart meters were talking through the power line communication. So we created our scenario based on this. So to understand the teammates to each other in a better way, we create such a table to define our success criteria, difficulty factors, and decide if key chain is required or not. I will walk through the one table and I will pass through the rest of it, because we will perform real-time simulation for the rest of it. In this scenario, we targeted the shutdown electricity, but before jumping into that, we classified our tactic and techniques based on Mitre, manipulation of control and manipulation of weave. And our entry points was smart meter power line communication. Complexity in this scenario was high, difficulty was high, because unknown protocols were there, specific hardware design is required, and high voltage work environment can be dangerous because we lost one of our laptop and one of our team member got injured during this test, because you work with the high voltage directly with the plugs. To better understanding, you plug the smart meter into the city network. So you turn into that specific smart meter into weapon to target to the electricity for a better understanding. I will discuss it through this presentation. So dependency was the communication interface reverse engineering or protocol reverse engineering. Required time was high for us. And also, what was our success criteria? Understand the protocol, send and receive packets on the power line, send command to cut off the electricity for a defined area. Sometimes we create some SOC success criteria for our customers to detect better the next attacks. In that case, it could be hardware or smart meter log management, OMS log management, call center log management, or smart meter application log management could be a success criteria. In that case, we define log sources for red teaming activities, and then we define a purpose, method, and kill chain activity. In that case, our purpose was shut down the electricity via unexpected point of entry through unexpected communication media, turn plug and meters into industrial attack equipment. So our idea was simple. So power line communication works through the power signals. You modulate it and put your data into the electricity signals. So it directly talks through the electricity. I think yesterday there was a specific session about that. In that case, we will look into how it's used in distribution companies. In that case, we have a data concentrator, which is directly connected to different types of customers, home or street lighting, and there are smart meters, and there are some power line communication interfaces, and it connects to the backend system through the API, and in that case, over the internet. So guess what? It was the broadcast messages going through the specific power line. If you have specific hardware, you can develop it, or you can turn smart meter into your tool. In that case, we made it, and we were able to understand the reading data and shut down the electricity commands. So since it's broadcast, each of smart meters get the data, and once you give order, everyone gets the order, but one of them apply it and report back to center. So once you sniff the data, you see the smart meter ID, and in that case, the power line communication, we're using the DLSM protocol. In that case, that specific number defines the shutdown the electricity command, like the double command in 104, very similar. And also in that case, we were able to get readout data. In this case, this is the readout code for DLSM protocol. What we are trying to say that you don't directly attack the Scada application, RTUs or IADs. The best way and easy way, find yet another proper line to end of your goal. So in that case, the power line communication and smart meters gave us a chance to shut down the electricity, but you need to deal with high voltage electricity, you need to deal with power line communication, new type of protocols, modulation, demodulation, and encryption type of things require much more time. But most of the time, the asset owners and the pen testers doesn't pay attention on that channel. So you really create a value for your customer and the people safety in that case. So as I know, the European countries also have great implementation of smart meters. We need to take care of these standards as well. Okay. So our last two scenarios based on the RTUs and industrial protocols, we will show how to do it industrial red teaming in a real lab environment, which took days for Serkan and got old during these sessions. Basically, we have two different scenarios for this presentation. One of them, extracting data from config files without further reverse engineering or further implementation of anything. Think about that, you have some type of configuration files, you don't have any access to OT environment or substation yet, but you will figure it out some type of data to plan your next session of red teaming activities. We have a specific example of that. Since I discussed deeply and very detailed the last table, I don't want to discuss it losing any time on that. So I will jump into the next one because we will discuss it real scenario. The yet another scenario for this session is the remote substation protocol attack. In that case, the attacker needs to interact with the substation equipments. It can be done via Raspberry Pi implementation and connect through the Wi-Fi and so on, like we did in our lab environment. And we will shut down the electricity using the protocol commands. Once we understand what kind of protocols used and how, once we understand the protocols, we will figure it out to where to send the data and finally send the data to shut down the electricity. To have better understanding each other, what we are trying to say, if you are planning to red teaming activity in a power distribution company or assessment, you need to understand the process, you need to understand the architecture, you need to understand the landscape. Once you have a three element, then you can create your scenarios. You need to think out of the box, but that box doesn't mean you can go out to public safety rules or process safety rules. So it's really hard to balance. And we want to give you some simple ideas to reach out your end goal. Rather than implementing some IT-based or IT-related red teaming activities. I think I can be free from now and put Serkan into fire. So,
Thank you, Can. As a traditional, we have face-to-face with the Murphy's rule, as Can. But finally we succeed on the setup a lab. Now I have give information about lab setup. It's a very simple part of substation process. We have one RTUs, ABB 140, and one IAD device, one Scada server, Scada PCs, and also one switch. We use Capware software as a Scada master, and also we use Modbus TCP protocol and also ISA1/4 protocol. Modbus TCP use in IAD device between R2 and ISA1/4. We use it R2 between Scada and Capware device. The tricky part is the implemented hardware substation as an attacker. We think that we have some Raspberry Pi device or the other device as attacker machine.
Before jumping into details, I would like to mention that this setup doesn't indicate any vulnerabilities on ABB RTUs. It's just a simple RTU that we could use on the market, and we know how to configure it. So we will do some protocol-based simulation, but it doesn't just affect the ABB. It's based on we leverage of the protocol usage actually to avoid any misunderstanding.
And also, it is very common RTU used in Europe and Asian sites. This and also this is the second reason we choose this RTU. Now we can jump into the labs videos.
All right. So we will start with interfaces and signals.
The first video is about configuration RTU.
I jump into that just a second.
Yes, we use RTU util 500 software for programming RTU, configuration RTU. We created it before and open existing project. This part a little bit takes time. it may be boring. They hide the project file deep inside my file system. Yes. And Turkish character error. Now, this is the R2util 500 software interface. This is the network tree. We have 3 communication line. One is ISC104 for SCADA communication. The other one is Modbus TCP for ID device, Modbus communication line. You can easily see that some parameter of the communication protocol. Yes, it is the 104 communication protocol setup. As you see that ASTO address structure, information structure, maximum length of idle, and then this is the Modbus TCP site configuration. This is network tree. Now we in hardware tree. In the hardware site, we choose our R2 main CPU model, and also we add the field level signal information in that site, hardware site, and also as you see that the Modbus TCP communication configuration zone. This is the IP address of the ID device, and also the again 104 configuration section. Now this is the RE2 interfaces. This is it has 2 Ethernet interfaces. As you see that IP address of the interfaces. And this site we configured our field level signal like active power. That is the Modbus site, read holding register, index number 13. And this is the SCADA IS104 site, ASTRO address 1, information object address 103. And the other signal like phase A current, phase B current. We record all and show the all parameters of the signal because
you may want to make your own lab, and maybe you want to replay in your own lab. So we wanted to give you brief info in this section. The other sections will be much more faster, let's say. But once you understand that part, the configuration, it's much more easier to understand the rest of the simulation.
This is a type of the Modbus signal, as you see that force commands, signal commands, and register read call status. Read call status used for the information, single point information, digital input like position of circuit breaker. And switch control means that sends control command to the circuit breaker, power limit set point, and the other metering information, phase A current, phase B current, phase C current. It's a very simple model of the substation.
So we can jump into the second one.
Second record. In this record, we directly connect the RE2 web interfaces. As you see that this is the IP address of the first Ethernet interface. Use username and password. In that site, you can easily see that configuration management site. You see that the configuration file, which configuration is now active. When you update this configuration file, and also get configuration file from the device, and also delete this configuration, etc. And also direct on sites, you can easily monitor system log, system event status, and client session log, and also hardware tree. Hardware tree is the live monitoring about R2, especially in the site. You see that R2 is active. R2 is operable means that it's connected to ID device. As you see that CPI switch position is on, and also metering information about systems. It is live data, real-time data.
Now I can talk about a little bit configuration file if you wish. Our third video related to configuration file and extracting some data. Again, it doesn't integrate any vulnerabilities on the R2, but somehow if we reach out to backup systems or if we reach out to file server in the IT system, once we have a configuration file, now we will download it and extract some data from it. It's really easy actually before furthering reverse engineering implementation. In that case, we are not into the remote substation. We are not in the control room. Somehow we get data about the configuration file. It can be engineering workstation, file server again, or backup system, maybe a engineering partner workstation. Once I get the configuration file, I am directly able to see what kind of R2 is used, what version, what purpose they are using, what kind of interfaces and what kind of IP addresses they have, and sorry, and also what kind of protocols they have. It will affect my further planning actually in the red teaming activity. What kind of devices connected to that RTU in substation, and what kind of signal parameters they are looking for it. So once I have that information without any probing, any scanning activity, or any physical attachment, it's really leverage of your effort once you have that kind of specific knowledge. We have also some specific projects, the reverse engineering to read other data, not people readable format at the moment. You have much more better information and knowledge about the targeted system. So in that case, we want to show you, you don't need to go to the control center or remote substation. Somehow, if you are able to get config files, you may read directly with the Notepad++ and read some data, understand the process, understand the protocols, interfaces, and plan a better red teaming activity or targeted attack in the targeted system. So I will jump into your part, Serkan.
Yes. The fourth video is about the normal traditional application and communication with SCADA systems and RTU. First of all, I would like to show to my IP address and same subnet with the R2 interface one. And then we use, said before, CAP server as a SCADA software, SCADA master program. This is the configuration of the master sites, CAPware sites, CAP server site configuration file. As you see that communication address, common address, advanced settings, network interface, as we have same subnet, same address, more advanced parameter for IC104, originator address, like, and also network interface. Network interface means that it is the IP of the RTU and the port of the IC104. And this site, we also configure our signal. This means that it is analog short float volume. Astro address 1/3. And so it is the breaker control command, single command means CJ.
Actually, it will directly affect the open and close breakers. Later, then we will apply some scenarios. It's really important to understand what type of parameter and what type of commands they take.
Now we connected to R2. As you see that this is the real-time data. As you see, active power 2400. And also breaker control is 0. Breaker position is 1, means that the closed. Now we send the breaker control. Control command is 1. Yes, it takes the command. In the real-time and real-time operation, when we send this command, we re-energize circuit breaker or shut down the circuit breaker with this command.
All right.
Now, and also I would like to show some Wireshark traffics between Kepware and Retu. This is the Ethernet. We apply our display filter for IS-104. Yes, as you see that it is the test frame in the protocol. Now we resend the command again and show the traffic. Yes, this is command, single command. Astro address 107. As you see that, this is the Wireshark single command. Address is 1, IO address is 107, and also set command value is 0. As you see, you can easily get this information from the Wireshark because the IS-104 is a open text protocol, not encrypted or hash protocol. You can easily get information from the traffic.
In that case, you see that the single or double commands take place in ISE104. In that case, we send the specific shutdown or open command in a targeted area. In case it was 0, it means we shut down the electricity through a legitimate traffic. I mean, it was a traffic generated by the control center. Now we will try to apply as an attacker point of view who is in the remote substation via implemented hardware.
This is the 5 video of us. Yes, we have information about the second interface about R2. Now in the attacker machine, I configure my IP address for the second interface of the R2, as you see. Now I use mmap for some research and some search vulnerability or open ports.
In that case, we are looking for who has the IOC 104. In that case, in that protocol, use specific ports if nobody change it. So we are looking for in same subnet if someone has that specific protocol. Please be aware, it's an attacker point of view and got into the substation looking for some IOC 104 endpoints and
two device. We found it. This is the Retu device, as you see from the IP address, and also IOC 104 is open port and also service is up. But now we have only information about R2's protocols and R2's IP address, but we don't any information about the signal and signal address. Now we use Kepware again. We configure Kepware again, as you see. We tried it one. Now it's connected to Retu. Now in the protocol structure, we have general integration commands. When we send this command, R2 get response and sends all information about in this R2 inside. We send GI command to the Retu I don't know any information about the object address, but when we send this command, R2 responds to this command, and now we can easily observe which address and which type of information inside of it. As you see that
So
address is 1, IO address is 100, and value is also, as you see, 332, etc., etc.
So basically, protocol gives an opportunity to us to pull all kind of signals and data from the RTU for a specific protocol line. As an attacker, we use exact same tool, but it's simulation environment. Again, you can use your lab environment, that specific tool. Yet another tool we have, it's developed by, I think, the master degree student in Germany, called ISE test. And to be make sure all of you, we will send the latest command through the that specific tool.
Connect again, reto. Now we send command again, get information from traffic, and also we send command to 107. As you see from the Wireshark traffic, we send command and also on command. And also as you, from traffic, it is action confirmation from the reto in number of line 18 and 37. CSC NA act confirmation. As you see, this means that R2 accept this command.
So basically,
Process this command.
once you get into the substation, you pull data through the protocol and you send the command through the protocol again. In that case, single command or double command supported by the 104, and then you are able to shut down the electricity. In that case, if it's your end goal, you may apply very different type of scenarios and red teaming activities, but we want to show you that it can be done. There are some safety mechanisms or configuration mechanisms to avoid it. Sometimes you implement the IP-based solution or anomaly detection solution to count that kind of activities. So in this session, we are end of our presentation with takeaways. We would like to stress out, during red teaming activity, we need to think out of the box, but we still need to take care of public and process safety. It's really a rule of thumb for us. Power distribution environment is not complicated as process-wise when compared to power plants or petrochemical, but it has direct affected the other critical infrastructures and customers directly. Power distribution companies have lots of different interdependencies. Therefore, information gatherers crucial role for red teaming activities. And power distribution companies easy to target and easy to defend compared to other ICS infrastructure. So we have 2 minutes left. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. We will be on Discord as well, as well as we can. So Serkan, if you have any comment, please do it, or we can get questions.
If you have any questions, we will be in Discord. We will be happy for your answer for your questions.
John and Serkan, thank you for your talk. I noted in the Discord speaker Q&A that I consider this a mandatory talk to watch for both learning about 101 and assessments. So really appreciate y'all dialing in and supporting us.
Thank you very much for having us. I hope you enjoy.
Oh, never thought I'd have to have somebody tell me that I'm alive before, but that works. Hey, Aaron, how you doing, man?
Doing good. Feel a little tired, a little weird today, but hope you're doing good.
Yeah, DefCon safe mode. How's that going for you?
It's not quite the same, but it's still pretty very interesting.
Agreed.
But
I'm not getting any more sleep than I would in person, but whatever works.
I don't think it would be DefCon if you were getting sleep.
Indeed. Well, hello, audience. I hate not being able to see you, but I'm happy not to be involved in getting you sick and dead. So, hi. My name is Atlas, and my compatriot is Aaron.
Acorn.
Acorn. And we're going to talk to you about a very dead, old, antiquated architecture known as PowerPC. Hopefully, since we're in ICS Village, many of you are chuckling. Aaron, why are they chuckling?
I think we got that in the slide, but that's all right.
Okay.
Because they know it's not dead, of course.
Indeed. So let's kick it. Normally, I would like to look out and gaze into your eyes and figure out by peering into your soul what's bothering you, what's exciting you, whether you're engaged or if you're on your phone. But since I can't, I'm just going to throw pencils there and pick on him.
That's fine. No. So,
go ahead.
Oh, order of events here we got. We're going to do some dry PPC, PowerPC introduction stuff because we're gigantic nerds. We're going to talk about the kind of the guts of this, which is the Vivisect stuff. So, who cares about PowerPC? Only us nerds, right?
I hope not.
Or the, I suppose the people developing embedded devices care.
I hope that the people whose lives are in jeopardy care, but we'll get into that.
Something x86, insert x86 joke here from old PowerPC. Been programming PowerPC for a long time, doing development. So we always used to pick on the x86 people. And the reverse engineers care, which is an interesting topic because the tools for doing that are not that great. Oh, and shoot, I'm pointing at my screen like people can actually see. Not like I'm pointing up at the NMFTA, they care. People running mainframes care. I think.
Why would they care?
Why would they care?
Actually, Aaron, who are you?
Who am I? Oh, okay.
Yeah, we skipped the intro slides here.
I guess so. I'm Aaron, or Acorn. I'm a security researcher with Grim. For most of my career, I was doing embedded software and system development, used typically on safety critical systems. I've worked on telecom and Motorola. I've worked on medical devices, industrial control, aerospace, a wide array of different platforms and architectures and processors and languages and junk. And now I get to do what I've always wanted to do, which is pull things apart and figure out how they work.
Indeed. Awesome. I'm so glad to hear that you love that. And I am Atlas. I've been hacking, reversing stuff for about 15 years. And I've had the opportunity, the good fortune to hack with some of the most amazing people on some of the most intriguing targets, including virtual machines, smart meters, all sorts of RF things, automotive embedded things, and now, as of recent, space things. Please forgive me if I snore sometime during the presentation. Aaron, you'll have to yell.
Sure.
I was up for 26 hours straight hacking satellites last night, and when my kids got up and started meandering around the house at 9:30 this morning, I thought I should probably go to bed. So I did get about 4.5 hours sleep. So I didn't short you guys too much. That's what I would have normally gotten in DEF CON Vegas. But So a little about me. I love, just like Aaron, I love tearing things apart, figuring how they work, how we can make them work better or interesting. I'm a Christian, a father of 3, and a husband of 1. And I love talking to you guys. So why would anybody other than us nerds care, Aaron? Where do we see PowerPC chips these days?
Well, we see them in my mouse works or not, whichever, you know. Oh, I'm skipping ahead. I guess I got these out of order. Where we see them here today, mainframes, IBM, all of those systems that, what is it called now? System I think is what they call it.
Oh yeah, IBM I.
Those are all PowerPC systems, not the weird 48-bit things they used to be. Embedded controls, right?
Yep. IBM also, they've got their I platforms and their AIX. It used to be the RS6000s. They all run on PowerPC. In fact, they've put them under the umbrella known as the Power systems. So go figure. So NXP, I've seen their name somewhere. What kind of things do they get their chips into?
Well, the rhetorical questions here. Automotive, industrial systems, aerospace, they're heavily favored for platforms that I guess prize what? Reliability, durability, determinism.
The littler things though.
Yeah.
Not the things that you carry in your backpack. Well, I mean, maybe, but not your laptops and
right.
The embedded things. NXP has dominated that space.
Right. Yeah.
They also have satellites and space things, but unfortunately, I've been working on Spark systems for the last day or so.
Yeah, that's a different presentation talking about Leon and Spark. But for PowerPCs, very traditional, typically or radiation hardened systems. I think they call it the RAD 750 is a very, very common one. It's the old G3 series stuff. Assuming I remember right. It's been a few years since I confirmed. But yeah, so PowerPC, for those of you who don't know, right? RISC, kinda. Fixed instruction words.
That's about every RISC processor I run into, actually, unless it's in lab.
You know, every time you get a RISC platform, you start finding very non-reduced parts of it very quickly. Fixed instruction word, 32 bits, every instruction. Well, kind of. You saw a bit of a sneak preview on that of my out-of-order slides here. Those of you who are familiar with Apple in the 90s and early 2000s will, of course, recognize PowerPC from that. The PowerBooks, right? It's PowerBooks for all.
Their releases, the G3, G4, G5, I think, they were all actually tied into the different releases of the PowerPC architecture documentation.
Yep. So yeah, the things that they're used in embedded controls, IBM, and old Apples. I should have said old Apple computers there, right? I guess the slide's titled History Lesson, so I thought it was kind of obvious. Here's the caveat for 32-bit thing. Freescale created a variable instruction word with an APU, which is what PowerPC companies call extensions, extra things.
So if evolution and Darwinism was applied to computer systems, APUs would be the mechanism through which evolution occurred, and the platypus was formulated. So, not my favorite thing. They have fractured the entire PowerPC world and made it ever so difficult to make good tooling for it, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, yeah. found this fun slide here. It's probably only interesting to me.
I loved it.
I love the title of it though. Power Architecture Demystified, which is an extremely bold claim for anybody who's familiar with PowerPC. But here they've got the, there's this little highlighted section here. Somebody who worked at Freescale/NXP. I think this was produced in 2000. This paper was from 2007. So this would be somebody who was at Freescale at the time. With benchmarking, they said that the code is 30% smaller with only a 5% reduction in performance.
You know what I read that to say?
What?
I read that to say, ARM's doing it. We should probably do something like that too.
Probably. It's probably exactly it. Automotive especially loves their small memory footprint parts.
Well, you save a fraction of a penny per chip.
Yeah. But this type of thing, the VLE stuff, it's a big, all of the, well, I shouldn't say all, nothing is all. A great deal of the embedded components use the VLE features on embedded controls right now. And it's kind of a big deal because, as Atlas said, it makes producing tooling very, very complicated. Like making PowerPC tools is like making tools for like 20 different processors or architectures.
And reading the documentation for them makes it feel like you're making tools for thousands of architectures.
Yes.
Because they don't coalesce well.
So Vivisect, can you tell me something about Vivisect?
Yeah. So Vivisect is a binary analysis framework that was created specifically for the purpose of finding and exploiting vulnerabilities. Originally created by a really good friend of mine named Vivisect. It speaks my language, so to speak. It's pure Python. It allows me a ton of power in in many different ways, including from the command line. I'm an IPython person. I go to work and I type IPython and I feel like I'm starting to do something meaningful. So there's a lot of cool meaningful things I can do with Vivisect there, but it's been forward thinking since it was originally created. And so instead of a disassembly framework, we got every architecture that you disassemble for has an emulator wrapped in with it, but not just an emulator like a QEMU, a partial emulation engine, which allows for things to have taint tracking, for example, if we try to read memory that doesn't exist, or if we try to access uninitialized variables or whatever. So we can focus not just on code flow from the beginning of a program, but we can say, hey, this function looks interesting. Give me a feel for what it does. And an emulator can roll through and say, oop, that's a problem, but I've been programmed to keep going and I just kind of keep track of that. Or, oop, that's arg1. So I know that arg1 is now going to propagate through this, this calculation and whatnot. But then a few years later, I was talking to Visi and he said, emulation's awesome and super powerful, but you really need to focus on symbolic execution. And I'm like, what is that? And I looked into it, and it turns out the first thing that I found of interest with symbolic execution, and this is way before CGC was around, was NASA talking about how they were using symbolic execution to identify flaws and potential problems before shipping satellites into space or the Mars rovers to Mars, since repairing those things kind of sucks. So Vivisect also has wraps in cross-platform debugging in a subsection that we don't call out here called VDB, Vulnerability Debugger. And so these things all wrap around and support x86, 32 and 64-bit, MSP430. There's also 8051 in there, ARM and thumb mode, V7 at the moment. We have some deltas to wrap in ARM V8, Z80, Hate. I love just saying that name because it's also another one of those architectures that I just really loathe. I think I love Vivisect the most because not only is it really pretty because it's green on black for most things, but the ability to easily extend it and do inspection of what's going on under the hood. So I understand how to reuse the tooling and use it to the best of my ability in my own external tools. So command line stuff, just programming plugins, whatnot. Okay, enough about that. I said 4.5 hours sleep.
Yeah.
So why don't you talk about this, Aaron? Well, let me give a little backstory.
All right.
So a while back, I was already working on wrapping PowerPC into Vivisect, and NMFTA said, we'd like to fund some of that research, just make sure that that it benefits the world. And so it was already open source, so that was an easy sell. And so they paid for us for a bit of research, and Aaron donated a lot of his time as well, in addition, over and above what we were paid to do, just because he's awesome and recognizes the value. So I tapped him, and it was one of the best things that I could have done for that project because, well, I'll tell you that later. Talk about this, Aaron.
Sure. So adding an ISA to Vivisect, as Atlas said, there's a couple different parts of it. You gotta figure out how to disassemble the different instructions, right? You gotta get your documentation to figure out what the instructions look like. Then you need to figure out how to emulate their behavior. You need to, symbolic analysis is it's a bit outside of my wheelhouse there.
Yeah, I took most of that on. It's a different way of thinking.
Testing is not where I thought I would end up doing a lot of work, but apparently it's where I did a lot of work. Figuring out how to test tools to handle a new architecture is interesting. You know, where do you get that information from? Obviously, you got your documentation. At least I hope you do. It's going to be a stretch. You got existing compilers and object dump tool. That's useful. If you take existing disassembly tools, those can be useful. Those will give you a certain view of the results that may or may not match the object dump. You can just make gigantic lists of instructions to parse from your documentation. Don't forget, you also have to figure out how to do the behavior of that. No matter which one of these paths you take, oh, and also option D, which I forgot to put down there, which is get the hardware and run it. For PowerPC, that would really mean get like what, 20, 30, 40 different pieces of hardware, try comparing them. So that could be challenging to do it for everything, but it is useful.
We got our hands on a couple different architectures for it, a couple different platforms, sorry. The one embedded and one more server-esque. Mm-hmm. And so we were able to have all that at our disposal. So Aaron, this sounds a lot like magic.
It does.
But what's it really mean? What's it look like to write disassembly code or an emulation instruction? How do you emulate an instruction?
How do you emulate an instruction?
Mostly the disassembly part, because that I feel most people think that is more magic than it really is.
It is.
The magic really is about finding the documentation and understanding what they meant.
Sure. Well, you know, I guess it's basically about the numbers, right? Everything at its base form in computers is a number. Hexadecimal, decimal, whichever way you prefer to read it. Everything is numbers. If it's data, if it's code, whatever it is, it's just a number. So you just read in byte by byte, or 4 bytes by 4 bytes, or however many bytes by however many bytes for your architecture. And then you just start taking a look at this particular pattern here. means that it's this instruction. This particular pattern here means it's this instruction. This right here is a fun list of test inputs.
Wish we could have gotten your scrolling version going. That would have been really
Yeah, I don't know. For some reason, I just can't media, trying
But
to
Aaron wrote a list of about 30. He took a list of about 30 times this length and had it just scrolling in video, and
yeah,
somehow Google Docs didn't like it. It was like,
something about like 30 megabyte GIFs did not play nice. So in this particular case, what I started doing was I took a PowerPC Linux kernel and I disassembled it, which I figured that would have a fantastic variety of instructions of different encodings and forms. And then what you do after you do that is you go through and you fix all the bugs, because every single one of those 4 things I talked about, the documentation, the disassembler, the object dump, the compiler, the hardware, every one of those, of course, for anybody who's done embedded development or tool development knows, every single one of those has bugs. So you go through and you fix your bugs, and then you find other bugs that are not your bugs, but are actually bugs in other tools. So that's kind of the process there. You go through and you just fix the bugs. Fix the bugs. But yeah, so it's not magic. You just start with the data. You go through, and then in Python, you make a function. When you match this pattern, then you use this function as to emulate it, right?
So Aaron, he really ended up taking charge of the testing, and it was incredible. He basically he wrote the most versatile testing or instruction analysis framework I've seen. He basically rewrote an entire disassembler, but instead of spitting out Python objects, he spit out this metadata that he could then bend to his will, going, oh, you want it represented this way? And boom, the unit tests started just looking a different way. Oh, that's how that is. Yeah, that's a weird thing. Nobody really agrees on how that works. So that's how Vivisect wants to do it. Okay, I got you. So, and this all goes back to the fact that it's all just bits. Yep. When you type a letter to your mom, when you write your report, when you download a video or a picture, that's all just bits. The computer system decides what to do with them, and our disassembler is doing the same thing. It takes in just a string of bytes, because bytes are the easiest way for us to deal with the world. And then it looks at a combination of the bits and says, based on these things, that's this instruction. And every architecture kind of has its own nuance and its own flow. For Intel, it goes byte by byte, going, hey, this first byte puts us into this table of options for instructions. And oh, we hit the second byte here, that falls into another table of instruction options. ARM, it's kind of like a bunch of bit masks and comparisons. Take the thing, mask it with this, and compare it against this. Oh, it's not that? Okay, next thing. And it moves down the list until it finds the escape hatch. And then it goes down the escape hatch route when there's a match and says, okay, now pull in these bits and put them as this and that, and spits out an opcode with operands.
It's pretty close to how the PowerPC stuff in Vivisect ended up. Lots of bit masking.
Yes.
With all these different instructions here, the fun thing with the VLE parts is that they've got different modes. They can run variable instruction mode or full 32-bit instruction mode. But the full 32-bit instructions don't necessarily match the real PowerPC instruction encodings either. So there's like, I don't know, there was just a ton of different ways to do things.
Yep. I just said, yep.
Oh, okay.
So ARM, if anybody's watched, if anybody's paid attention or done reversing on ARM instructions, ARM breaks things down into different modes of operation by basically jumping branching to an odd instruction address to go from ARM to thumb mode. It's a simplistic way of viewing it, but basically that's it. So you can have ARM instructions right next to, grouped right next to a bunch of thumb instructions. In PowerPC with VLE, with variable length encoding, they're not the same. PPC and PowerPC decided to mark individual memory pages as being either VLE or straight PowerPC. So that was actually a push for me to wrap that into Vivisect, where going, this is the first time I've ever had that, where it depends on the memory page. We have to configure the memory pages to be either VLE or not, so that when the disassembler that's kind of dumb for all intents and purposes, it jumps to, you give it an address and it's got to spit out an instruction at you. It needs to know which way to decode. So that's just how PowerPC chose to do it.
Sure. So if you, and not every single PowerPC processor supports full PowerPC or the very VLE. Maybe they do both. Some of them do only one or the other. Embedded parts, they don't have AltiVec for those.
Oh, and here's another, yeah, no doubt. AltiVec, the vector math instructions. Another thing is, in most architectures, most embedded architectures in particular, you start out with an interrupt vector table with a reset vector in it. So when you power up the reset vector, however that architecture implements it, the reset vector points to an interrupt service routine or an interrupt handler that starts up the processor and boots. And many architectures, that's like address 0. Not PowerPC. PowerPC, there's weird ways of figuring out where code should start. In fact, there's a boot assist module in a lot of the architectures, and the boot assist module is the thing that gets code execution first, and it just starts scouring through specific areas of the flash or hard drive or whatever you're running as your storage, and it looks for a signature. And if the signature is on the right boundary, and it knows then that somewhere a little bit later is a pointer to where instructions should start executing at power up. So weird things, just like all sorts of weirdness.
Yeah. For a long time, PowerPCs had the ability to change which page of memory is big ending or little ending. Another just weird, they call it the TLB. It's like just a slightly more granular MMU, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Hey, at least it's not a 27-bit middle endian architecture. I will give it that much.
It could be worse. Could be worse. Yeah, I don't know. The documentation, boy, that was really annoying. What was it? The registers. It took me forever because the documentation said the registers are 64 bits. It's like, oh, that's interesting for an embedded processor. Oh, except for when you're in VLE mode, you can't access the upper 32 bits of those registers. Okay, fine, whatever.
Oh, by the way, they're numbered 0 to 31 as the highest, most significant bits.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about 32-bit mode, like you're talking about 32 through 63. Everything is 32 through 63. The architecture isn't the problem. The people writing the freaking documentation are.
And it's always been that way. You can't blame the newer stuff for that. It's always been that way.
I blame IBM for that one. I'm betting it was them.
I don't know. It reads very much like a bunch of companies in the early 90s kind of got together and eventually agreed on stuff. And they agreed by doing it in weird ways.
By bringing their weird way to the table and saying, you must do it this way, because we did it already.
Right. So let's
Nice.
something fun here.
Okay.
So PowerPC is a little different. We're here at DefCon. We're talking about security things, right? How do you exploit PowerPC? Or no, sorry. Oh, damn it, I did it wrong. go back a few seconds, pretend I didn't say that. PowerPC is secure, right? Nobody knows, so nobody can hack it.
Absolutely. It's in big iron. Those are unhackable.
Right, right. So obviously, I mean, it's not impossible to hack. It's you just need to do it differently.
Mm-hmm.
Every processor, it reads in data, spits out data, interprets data as instructions. As I said earlier, you just need to figure out the way you can tell it what's what. So there's no jump ESP instruction in PowerPC, unfortunately, as there's no way to branch directly to a general purpose register. And as the previous slide here pointed out, the stack is a general purpose register, but the link register, very much like ARM, link register though is a special register. If you go and look at the documentation for the special purpose registers in PowerPC, I mean, I don't know, Alice, do you remember how many? There's like thousands of the silly.
There are only a couple thousand. Yeah.
I don't even know what you do with all the, well, a lot of them are
We
like,
have a table with a lot of them in the decoder.
there's a lot of them.
So move to link register is actually not even an instruction. It's actually move to SPR with LR as an operand.
That's true.
So,
move MT SPR 1, comma LR.
Yeah.
MTLR is a mnemonic that some assemblers allow.
Right. Now we like that. It's easy to, it's intuitively pleasing, but I'm just saying that's how the architecture breaks down.
Yep. Yeah, so move to link register. Link register is, of course, where you return to. Again, like ARM, you store the value place you came from on the link register, and when you need to return to it, it loads a value, an address back into the link register. Well, if you can make whatever, if that was stored on the stack, if you can modify that address on the stack, you can jump back to where you want it to go to, not where it's supposed to go.
Mm-hmm.
Count register is a weird one. Count register in PowerPC is used for a lot of jump tables and function pointers. So that's another one. You could just modify that and get hold of a switch statement.
So nice little rock gadgets here.
Yeah, I wanted to put some fun in here, you know? So
I love that you consider that fun.
Right. This one's not as fun.
This is not so fun.
If you go and look at, I'd say, I don't know, probably 2/3 or so, 50%, 66% of all bugs in all PowerPC tools are related to this instruction.
Wait, that's one instruction?
Yeah, it's one instruction, right? Actually, no, this isn't one instruction. It's like,
it's only a couple.
2 or 3, whatever. It doesn't matter. There's these rotate instructions. It's the things that everybody
rotate left with bullshit. That's what I read there.
Rotate left, word, immediate, thing. This one, right? Unfortunately, this Twitter account didn't tweet for very long. But it's really only interesting to, as you say, nerds like me.
We don't need to make it up, though. I mean, they included the EIEIO instruction.
Yes.
Enough said. I mean, that's dropping the mic for instruction lunacy.
Right. So I don't have much time left in the talk, unfortunately. A little bit.
Go ahead.
Should probably move it along instead of making jokes about PowerPC instructions. As much fun as that is for me, anyway.
Yep. Oh, hey, we're to story time.
Story time
with Atlas. So we do a lot of work with a lot of people that we care very deeply for. And so there's stuff that we have, but we can't use it for a talk. So we were scouring the internet for something that we could show and not have to make anybody uncomfortable. We ended up finding a repository of a whole bunch of automotive code on some sketchy website. So downloaded a bunch of things that I could identify as something potentially PowerPC, and thankfully I threw one in Vivisect, and it's just a blob at this point. So this is a VBF. A VBF is basically a file package, almost a file format. Not really. It starts off with a couple headers and then goes to binary code. So I slapped in a VBF into Vivisect, and I just started scouring around what things were. And thankfully, the very first one I loaded in, I guessed well, and I hit decode, or I hit C for make code, and I got a branch instruction followed by 3 nops, and another branch instruction followed by 3 nops, and a repeating pattern. There are like 1,000 of these in this firmware. But it could have been just a weird repeating pattern. So I wasn't going to bank on that. So I started looking through. What's that, Aaron?
Oh, I just wanted to interject here. For those of us who have done PowerPC programming, this type of pattern is extremely common. PowerPC lines up every interrupt handler every, what was that, 64 bytes? No, 128 bytes, whatever. And that's very common. The theory was, of course, you'll need this many instructions to handle your interrupts. This much.
So the thing that made me queasy and well, sorry, it made me uncertain was that this is not a full firmware image. This is something that an ECU would basically have its own base image, because if you have a firmware upgrade go bad, you don't want to lose your CAN interface, for example, because that's how you flash firmware. So they have a core bootloader base image that gets the device on the CAN network and accesses, allows access through the various tooling and protocols. And so I knew that was going to own the interrupt service routines and the interrupt vector table and anything that would be normally things I would go looking for in a piece of firmware. That wasn't in this. This was going to be something else. So I saw this and I thought, it could be PowerPC, and this could be a branch table that is indexed so that the base firmware knows, hey, this index at this address, just go boom, there's the thing, and the rest of the firmware handles it, the new firmware that we've just installed. Or it could be some crazy other architecture that has nothing to do with PowerPC. You can never be certain unless you actually know, and the VBF file in its text comment didn't have anything about what architecture. Plus there's this architecture I keep running into that I don't know much about. Aaron, you know more about it, Tricore.
Yes.
That I haven't done enough reversing on to actually know if I would identify it. So I was still kind of skeptical. So next slide, Aaron.
Yep.
So I right click on the first address that's being branched to, and I send the target, the 4250C address, over to another analysis window. So this is the Viv window. I've created another memory viewer called foo. Why? Because foo barbaz. So anyway, I think I threw this in out of order. Sorry. So here's, like, you can see that backup one slide. So we start at 40,000 hex. So that's a lot bigger than 40,000. But anyway, 40,000 hex, scroll forward one. And we're still doing this table thing 1,300 hex into this, this firmware. And that is 130 hex options, like so far, just 130 hex different branch options. Okay, now next. So we follow the location, and here's what they point at. Another table of branches that some of them point to the same thing. And as you can see, so they're branching to location 43.228. And you'll notice that the bytes that make up those instructions are not the same. It's not like boom, 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 a table of all the same thing repeated. It's all the same thing, but these are relative branches, so the numbers decrease as they go higher. So the fact that each of those points at 43.228 gives me a clue that this might actually, it's getting more likely that this is actually PowerPC firmware.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to just look at this. If you start looking at those the values that make up those instructions, it almost looks like this is just, you know, a bunch of, you know, sequential memory addresses or something like that. It's very weird.
Yep. Okay. Next. Until we run into hex 43,000. And at hex 43,000, we start to see real instructions. Now, many architectures, you give them 4 bytes, they can spit out an instruction. So this does not mean that it's PowerPC. But we see these things peppered throughout a little bit of the previous table where everything was pointing to one location. And then after a bunch of them, we run into move to SPR G0, and we move from R3 into that. Okay. And then we move from SPR counter, the counter register, into R3. So we've stored R3, and then we put the counter into the counter register value into R3. And then we move to the SPR G1 from R3. Okay, this could be logical. Mm-hmm. Okay, load immediate shifted 0 into R3. So we're not overwriting anything that we've just put into R3 without storing R3. So, okay, sanity still exists. Load word 0 extended, I think that means. Although I've been having to look up a lot of these.
Load word, yeah, 0 extended.
Okay, so we take R3 and yeah, anyway, you're seeing the pattern. Things are actually starting to make sense. And after doing things with R3, we then move it into the counter register. We load immediate 0 into register 3. So we wipe out, we clear R3 again, and then we branch to counter. Okay, that makes sense. That actually is a chunk of code that makes sense to me. After that, so branch with counter, that's the end of a code block, because there's no branch with a link, there's no return, no nothing, it just goes somewhere. After that, though, we see STWU. No, that's not shut the what up. And this, man, I captured the pointer right in front of that. Right in front of that. Anyway, that's actually part of a function prologue. Yep. A very standard function prologue for PowerPC.
So R1's a stack pointer, right? This is with update. So this is moving the stack pointer.
Yep. Basically storing the stack pointer and then storing register 0, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 into the stack. So we create stack space and then we write registers into it. Okay, that sounds legit. The PowerPC calling convention includes handing arguments as registers. And you got to clean up after yourself when you're done. So storing the registers that aren't arguments totally makes sense. Move from SPR, the link register, into R0. Okay, so our link register now, the return address now lives in R0. And then, okay, I'm convinced this is PowerPC. So next.
Well, from the point of view of somebody who's written PowerPC for embedded systems, SRR0, SRR1 down at the bottom there, those are special purpose registers that are the system control registers, telling you like what your current state is. The stuff up at the top of this was taking a look at SPR G0 and G1, I believe are oh boy, it's been too long. I probably shouldn't say anything definitively. Anyway, what it looks like to me is it looks like it's saying what address caused the particular interrupt. Why are we here, right? And then it's looking up, it's doing a calculation based on R3, which is, I guess, 0, right? So it's jumping, for some reason, it's doing a jump calculation to one specific address. This LISL, I keep pointing at my screen like people can see what I'm pointing at. I can't help it.
Make sure you point at the camera.
At the camera, right? So LIS, LW, those are very common for PowerPC. It's also something that a lot of reverse engineering tools have issues with because this is PowerPC, fixed instruction work. You can't have a 32-bit address in one instruction. You got to have two. So it's load the lower 16 and then load the upper 16 bits.
Right. Which is very common in any fixed width instruction architecture, because turns out the register size typically is the same as the instruction size. So try loading the full value into a register in one instruction. It's impossible unless you store the value and somehow dereference some other address to load it into a register, which ARM does actually all the time. Okay, so I wanted to throw in an interesting thing. There's so many different details that make Vivisect a fun and exciting reversing platform. Part of it is that there are many things that are not hidden from you. So one of the things that Vivisect does for branch analysis, for switch case analysis, for example, most often a switch case turns into one or more dynamic branches. So if you've got, let's say, switch on this variable being 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, okay, those things are, those different options are going to be stored as pointers to the code that handles each of those options, and then indexing into a table to grab the address to then branch right into that. That's a dynamic branch. You cannot figure out where that branch is supposed to go without an emulator. Or a lot of emulation written down into code that's not an emulator. There's also a lot of things like C++ method invocation. When you've got multiple inheritance with virtual function tables, you basically have a table that lists each type of call. So if I've got an object called ball and I have a method get color, bounce, throw in the trash, throw at my sister. These are all method calls that go into a virtual function table. And so when executing any of those, actually the code goes, okay, grab my virtual function table and then index into that virtual function table and then make the desired call. And since all of this is done on typically heap objects that just have a pointer to a virtual function table, there's no way that the code can just say, this is a foo call that goes to this address location. At least not when virtual function tables are involved. So as part of the process, Vivisect stores all dynamic branches in what's called a VA set, or a virtual address set. And virtual address sets are nothing more than analysis tools. It just happens to be an analysis tool that Vivisect then makes use of, but I get to make use of it as well, where I can just list all the dynamic branches through that has been updated as code flow analysis happens. And then turns out dynamic branches are very, very interesting things. They tell a ton about what's going on with the code, typically making sense of assembly instructions is not typically terribly hard. Okay, Spark notwithstanding. Just kidding. However, finding in this massive, maybe 4 megabytes of firmware, what things are interesting that can be hard. And I love doing this. I could do this all day long, and I could work myself right out of a marriage and right out of my kids' lives and right out of a job. But if I want to do the things that I love, including being a dad, being a husband, riding a motorcycle, and hacking, then I need to be able to focus in very easily, quickly on interesting things. And so that's why I threw this in there. Dynamic branch handling is very interesting. And of course, these are a bunch of branch to the counter register with link, which means it's a call, not a straight branch. So things are expected to, execution is expected to return right after this instruction. So that's very likely, that could very well be C++ stuff, or it could be function pointers or whatnot. So either way, it's very interesting. I'm done if you.
Okay.
Okay. So I was just poking through this one of the firmwares that I was looking at for this presentation, and of course I was looking at the dynamic branches. And here's one. This was an oddity. I mean, it actually wasn't an oddity. It struck me weird, but I'm just looking at it, and in this code block, if you're not familiar, this is a code flow graph. It's a great way to display assembly language code for humans that don't want to sit with a linear look and draw arrows to where code flow happens. It just kind of flows naturally. So in the code block in the middle, there's a discrete code block, and it looks like we are loading values into the R12 register, and then we're moving the R12 register data into the counter register, and then we're branching to the counter register with link. We're calling whatever is at this thing that we're loading into R12. So I'm going, how's that work? And I'm wanting to make sure that I understand what's going on. So I walk through and I'm like, okay, load immediate shift. That loads basically 40000 into R12. So the shift means shift it 16 bits. And then load word. Word is 16 bits with 0 extension. That 4 with parentheses around R12. Now, when I first thought it, I'm going, that's not, I didn't actually, I got it wrong. I'll just say it. And I said, okay, so that's going to say 40000 plus 4 is going to be 4004 or 40004. Okay. That's not what ends up in R12, but that's what I thought. Next. So I went there and I thought, okay, let's see what that's doing. 40004, it has, let's look at the first 4 bytes, 000, 0D, 5C, 20. Vivisect has a preview instruction option. It's Control P from the keyboard to use the already selected architecture, but I wanted to show you, so I right-clicked and the context menu said preview instruction, because it's not anything right now. That only shows up if it's not decoded as anything. And then I get to pick the platform, and I chose PPC Embedded, PowerPC Embedded. That's a power outside. I don't know if you can hear the lightning. Okay, so I click on that, and I did it 3 times because once isn't enough. And each time I got a decode exception. I'm going, uh-oh, crap, I got a bug. I've got to go figure out why this is not working. And so next, remember 40004. So I loaded up a tool that I built a long time ago, and it has only become more dear to me. I use this tooling to reverse engineer a lot of different things with Vivisect. And actually, it found its way into a deliverable one time. But this is part of the Atlas Utils tool belt, which I think I started as a Perl, a library of Perl way back in 2006, 2005, 2006. It was crazy. Made the switch to Python, and just kept adding to it. Basically, I'll make no bones. It's a pile of steaming shit code that you may not want to read, but I found it to be exceedingly useful, so I share it. Please don't hate me for it. So I created a thing called an mutils package, which was based around originally VDB and vtrace, the tracing library underneath that makes VDB work. But I really ended up using it a lot for emulators. So Vivisect makes emulators available. In fact, I'm using right here what's called a workstation emulator. And workstation emulators come with some special sauce. For example, all right, I'm unplugging my laptop now. Special sauce here, you'll see weird entries for R0, R2, R3, R4, R5, R6, blah, 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 blah. And basically what that is, workspace emulator, when it first wraps in the concepts of memory, register, and instruction emulation, the workspace emulator goes a little further and it says, I'm going to do taint tracking on all the argument or all the registers that could possibly be arguments. So it just takes and puts specialized numbers into each of those locations that will then trace through code, and we'll be able to see if any uninitialized registers are accessed before assigning values to them, because that could mean either an uninitialized variable, or it could mean that that's an argument. So we use this to identify calling convention and to do other various analysis. So the first instruction is a load immediate shift of 4 into R12. So 4, 0, 0, 0, 0. You see that at the bottom. In fact, hold on, back up, Aaron. One of the things I love, again, it's really ugly code that I take no pride in, but I take pride in the results. You'll see that I print out a whole bunch of interesting registers for each instruction. And that's kind of how I am with GDB too. I like dump all the things, and this is actually a lot better than doing info register after every instruction. But then the mutils throws in anything that could be a dereference. It prints out some context around that data. So let's see, we're looking at memory location address 4, and I think that's because I don't actually, oh, because we have the number 4. So it says, oh, okay, there's an immediate 4 here. That could be an address. So let's kind of look at that because memory address 4 is valid in this case. Okay, so next. So the next instruction is, oh, we see highlighted here, R12, and I'm moving my mouse pointer around R12 right now. Thanks, Aaron.
You can point at the screen.
So R12 shows up, okay, 4, 0, 0, 0, 0. Cool. One of the things that I love about emulators and disassembler and debuggers is that they teach me so much about an architecture, and they correct me all the time. So the next instruction is that LWZ R12 4 with parentheses wrapped around R12. Okay, what's that do? I think that should create an address 40004.
Yeah.
And by the way, as you can see, it registers and then it prints out the value of what's at 40000. It then prints out some context data around D5C20. No idea why. Okay, I do. Spoiler alert though. 40004. Okay. Oh, that's it. This must add 4 to 40,000 hex. And so it's printing off, oh wait, 4,000 40,004 starts off with D5C20. Huh. So hit enter. Okay, so that instruction updated R12 and it put D5C20. See, the thing that I was forgetting is that the integer followed by parentheses and a register in it isn't the addition of the two things together. It is actually adding them together and using that as a memory dereference point. So it went to 40,004 and it grabbed a pointer there and it put it into the register because D5C20 is actually the location of code. So if I go to D5C20, I'm going to be able to decode code or it may already be decoded. So we move R12 into counter and then we branch. Okay. And we don't have time to really talk much about, actually we are out of time. We don't have time to talk about symbolics much today, but that's coming. But I did want to throw this at you. Right-clicking, I have a symbolics window up, and so I send that address to symbolic 0. That's the window.
Mm-hmm.
And this is probably a lot to digest, and the idea is to reduce things down to make programmatic analysis easier, but this view is a way for making symbolics valuable to the reverse engineer that's using the GUI. And as you can see, at 24104, that address that you'll see highlighted on the left in yellow, because when we get into symbolics view, we have to pick a path through code, and we can direct it some, but we have to pick a particular path to make sense. And so for that path, it then highlights all the instructions in yellow that are in that path. So as I scroll through the different paths, those yellow backgrounded things will change. But as you see, highlighted down here, I've shown that it's the memory dereference of 40,004, 4 bytes long, that is used as a pointer to call a function, and then the arguments are listed here. And you'll notice some of these, they cascade. So up above, you've got 23C60 as a call. The results of that are then used in various different things throughout the symbolic analysis. And with that, I think we're about done.
Yeah, we're kind of out of time here, but we can probably leave it up on that for a bit.
Yeah, well, let's take a second and talk about future just for a minute.
Oh, okay, future.
So PowerPC is huge in a lot of areas that are kind of not getting a lot of attention by security researchers, at least not publicly. So we're using this as a launching point to do reversing and analysis of IBM and embedded things. So the IBM-I and the P series, the power stuff. And this is going to make its way into some emulation projects that are very, very interesting that we'll talk about more later. And I intend to make the symbolic analysis engine in PowerPC push forward the art of reverse engineering and exploitation. So that's all for that slide. And,
Right.
And I intend to make Aaron the lead on a lot of stuff, but his wife doesn't know it yet.
You have to teach me some math, I guess.
Okay, so we wanted to throw in some resources.
Yeah, some Vivisect for utils. I honestly, for the PowerPC resources themselves, you could probably go back and read a large number of documents, but these are some of the more useful ones, at least for embedded. We didn't even touch on it. SPE is kind of the DSP Altivec-ish stuff for embedded NXP processors. You can see this is the NXP files, but
they're subtle. They're under.
I think the weather is telling us it's time to move on, isn't it?
Yeah, no doubt. All right.
All right.
No time for Q&A, but you can hit us in.
We'll be in Discord.
Yeah. All right. Thank you all. Thank you, Aaron.
Oh. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. This is Otis Alexander. I work for the Mitre Corporation as a principal cybersecurity engineer. I lead the development of Attack for ICS, and that's what I'll be talking about today. Give you a little introduction and also talk about some use cases centered around test beds, which I think is relevant to the ICS Village. So feel free to use the link here, attack.mitre.org/ICS, if you want to take a look at the knowledge base while I'm talking, and also feel free to reach out to me on Twitter. So Attack for ICS was released this year in January, and the real purpose of this knowledge base is to look at how adversaries have affected critical infrastructure in the past. So really looking at their behaviors, tactics, techniques, and procedures associated with the attacks, and what the ultimate impacts of those attacks are. So since its release, we've gotten a lot of adoption, a lot of attention. Some of the security vendors here have released blog posts and presentations showing how they use Attack for ICS and how they envision their customers using it. Also, asset owners and operators are looking at how they can use it to kind of fill gaps and to understand their environments a little bit better. So for those who aren't familiar with Attack, what is Attack? Well, it's a knowledge base of adversary behavior, and it's based on real world observations. So that's what adversaries are doing in the wild, what credible red teamers are doing, and things like that. I think good news for everybody is it's free, open, and globally accessible. So I gave you a link at the beginning, attack.mitre.org/ICS. Any of you can go and look at the knowledge base at any time. It also provides a common language for how we talk between defenders, red teamers, to business people. It really allows us to all get on the same page. And I think that's very important for especially testbed activities when you have red teamers and blue teamers. And it's community driven. So we always look forward to contributions from the community. If you think that there's something missing, or if you know of some adversary activity, you could always submit that and be a contributor to Attack in general. So this is a common representation of Attack. You'll see this across the multiple technology domains and knowledge bases. This is a technique matrix. And across the top, you have what are called tactics, which are the adversary's technical goals. So this ranges here on the Attack for ICS technique matrix from initial access to discovery, to inhibit response function, impair process control, and impact. So those are some technical goals of the adversary. And associated with each of these technical goals are techniques, and this is how the goal is accomplished. So this could be data historian compromise under initial access. It could also be device restart or shutdown under inhibit response function. And associated with each of the techniques, if you go to the site and look at a particular technique page, is some specific technique implementation. And this is how the adversary accomplished this high-level technique. So looking at this all together, you have the tactics, techniques, and procedures of adversaries, which really represents their behavior and is the focus of Attack. So on attack.mitre.org, you'll see a number of knowledge bases that are associated with technology domains. So you'll see enterprise, you'll see cloud, you'll see mobile, and now you see ICS up there as well. Why do we have different knowledge bases? Well, in general, adversary motivations may be different, and they may be tightly coupled to the technology domain that they are targeting. So gaining access, accomplishing your objective, all depends on the target and what you're actually going for. So there's going to be some differences between enterprise systems and cyber physical systems. There's also different phases in the life cycle, which mean there's different choices. So that also influences our decision to create a new knowledge base. And then when we get to the technologies, there's some real differences there. So how the adversaries interact with particular systems really depends on that system. So how an adversary moves through an enterprise system is different than how they may affect an embedded controller or something like that. It's things that we have to take into consideration. And then when we get to defense, we have to think about how are we collecting data to get information about what adversaries have done. We can always use network data, but what about low-level devices? How do we collect data from them? Are there standard interfaces for collecting that data? What can we expect from them? Also, in terms of mitigations, we don't want to recommend mitigations that are going to conflict with safety or availability of the system. So we really have to think hard about that. These are all just some high-level reasons why we came up with a different knowledge base to really talk about adversaries in the ICS technology domain. So this is a representation of an industrial control system. Most of us are familiar with it as a Purdue reference architecture. We think of it as functional levels of an industrial control system. And some of these levels are associated with traditional IT, and some of them are more operational technology focused, although they have IT elements in them. So when we're looking at an incident and we're decomposing it or mapping it to attack, what we first do is try to think about what technology domain the adversary affected first. And sometimes that's the enterprise technology domain. So what we'll do is we'll use enterprise attack to go as far as we can in terms of explaining the adversary behavior. As we get down to the lower levels and we start talking about specialized protocols, specialized applications, and specialized equipment, we really need attack for ICS to tell the rest of the story. So it really fills in the entire picture. So back to the technology technique matrix for attack for ICS. Let's break it down really quick. So if we look at the first tactics, a couple of tactics or more, it really represents the adversary finding their target, collecting information, and ultimately staging an attack. So initial access is how we get in. We may try to find our target by using discovery techniques. And then we may need to get specific information. So we may have to do some collection to understand the state of the system or state of the process at any point in time. Then inhibit response function and impede process control is the adversary directly affecting the control system. So this is sending unauthorized command messages. Maybe we do a program download with the malicious program, different things like that in order to actually affect the control system. And last, we have our impacts, which is really what the adversary is seeking to create. Are we trying to create a loss of control? Are we trying to damage property as an adversary? This tactic really contains those types of techniques. So this is just a quick breakdown of attack and attack for ICS and what's contained in it. It's really based off of what we've seen in the wild. So that could be kind of limiting for us, especially if we want to have fun in a testbed environment or learn about what particular techniques look like. So what I'll be talking about next is a way that we can kind of structure our activities in a testbed environment, specifically on the ICS Village when we're working in it as adversaries. So something that we can use are failure and attack scenarios. And I'll explain what those are and how they can help structure our activities. So failure scenarios include malicious and non-malicious cybersecurity events, and these can range from compromising equipment functionality to data integrity attacks to communication failures and more. And these have a lot of uses. They can be used for risk assessment. They can be used for training. Tabletop exercises is something that they're very popular for, but they can also be used for like security testing and testbed. So examples of sources of data for failure scenarios, really understanding how these systems fail and where the causes of them could come from subject matter experts. So people who operate these systems. It could also come from researchers. They could come from incident repositories. So how do real life systems fail? And what were the causes and consequences of those failures? So this could be NTSB databases, PHMSA or pipeline databases, or even more. And then there's also scenario repositories. These are subject matter experts have gotten together and talked about different failures that can happen, and they've provided us a repository of failures that we could just work from, such as the EPRI NestCore failure scenarios. So let's look at some example failure scenarios. These come from researchers who are power engineers, and they released a research document through the IEEE that kind of details some failure scenarios that are interesting. So scenario one is transformer overloading. So in this particular scenario, what the objective of the adversary is to rapidly deteriorate transformer installation. And this really represents one of those low and slow attacks that damage long lead time pieces of equipment. So the technique here is basically to set or modify trip settings so that if there's an overcurrent or thermal condition, that the protector relay doesn't step in to kind of correct the condition. And then we also want to block communications so the operator doesn't understand what's going on. And then we want to force all the power through one transformer to bear the load. So this rapidly heats up the transformer and degrades its insulation. Scenario two, we're disrupting switching execution for circuit breaker and isolators, and we're causing dielectric breakdown of that breaker and isolator. So what we're doing here is we're continuously executing switching actions to take this piece of equipment out, and we're blocking comms to kind of hide our actions. And then scenario three is kind of that typical Ukraine type attack where we're just opening breakers and we're trying to cause entire substation outages and whatever contingencies come along with it. So we can start to structure this failure scenario so that we understand exactly what we're trying to accomplish. So if we take scenario one, the transformer overloading, we can think about what the consequence is. The consequence is a thermal breakdown of transformer installation. And then we have a couple failure modes. We don't want the protector relay to trip. So we're gonna put improper overcurrent and thermal settings in it. And then we also want one of the transformers to bear all the load. So we have to open the breaker to the other transformers that are in the system. So we could do this by modifying parameters, which is the attack technique, and sending an unauthorized command message. So now we have a full story of how we're going to cause this thermal breakdown of the transformer. Now, something that we have to consider is how do we sustain this attack? What do we need to do to make sure that this attack can continue so we get our ultimate consequence? Well, here what we want to do is make the operator unable to react to the critical condition. And one of the ways we can do that is by causing a loss of view into the substation by manipulating communications. So the attack techniques that we can use here are block reporting message and alarm suppression. So now we know what we want to accomplish. We're not just fiddling around in a testbed environment with no ultimate goal. So what's next? So now we can build our attack scenario. We can think about what's our entry point, how do we find our targets, how do we sustain our attack, and how do we cause a failure, and even more. So in terms of entry points, maybe it's that we need an engineering workstation in order to accomplish this attack, or something that serves that function. And maybe we look for external remote services like a VPN connection or something that allows us to get connection to this engineering workstation. And then in terms of finding our target, we have to probably do some discovery. We could do network sniffing, we could do control device identification, or we could do network service scanning. And then to sustain our attack, what we want to do is maybe block reporting messages so that certain voltage or current values don't make their way up to the operator. Or we may want to do alarm suppression where we're stopping alarm messages from going up to an operator. And then finally, to cause our failure, we want to use impaired process control techniques where we modify the overcurrent and thermal parameters, and we send commands at the wrong time to open breakers. So now we're starting to build a real story about what we want to do. So this is what a first pass at highlighting the relevant techniques looks like. As we build onto our story and kind of validate that we can cause the failures that we want, we may add additional techniques, things that go ahead, or we may have to fill in certain gaps in knowledge that we have by using a technique. But this really serves as a basis of what we're doing in order to induce this failure. And something that we can do is dive really deep into particular techniques. So for instance, unauthorized command message. We may not just want to look at the description here. We may want to look at how adversaries have done this in the past. So we have the Shire attack as an example. We have the 2015 Ukrainian power grid attack. We also have particular implementations that we can look at, such as Indestroy or Stuxnet, to understand how unauthorized command messages were used. And if that's not enough, we also have references. So you can dig even deeper into incident reports in order to understand exactly why an adversary used this technique, what they used it for. And this really helps to build the story around what we're doing within our testbed environment. So another thing we have to consider is data sources. And data sources are very valuable for defenders, but they should also be considered from the adversary standpoint as well. So what artifacts am I leaving behind as an adversary? We need to understand what our activities look like to the defender. This is very interesting when we're in a testbed environment. What are we leaving behind? And most people look at network traffic in terms of defense, but there's also a lot of other rich data sources that go overlooked often. So host-based logs housed on embedded OT devices such as controllers are interesting. There's also asset management data associated with equipment under control that we can look at. So we've done a lot of surveys of devices to understand what data sources are on them. And we've come up with some high-level categories of data sources on low-level controllers. And I've kind of highlighted some of the ones that are most relevant to the scenario that we've already presented. So we may want to look at parameters on the device, and we can do this in integrity, periodic integrity checks on the parameters to see if they've remained the same, if they've gone outside of our original threshold. There's alarms that are generated at these devices and stored at these devices before they're sent, so we can look at those. There's event logs such as the sequential event recorder that contain a wealth of information about commands that have been executed or parameter changes or anything else like that. If we have asset management data, we can look at condition-based monitoring, understand particular parameters about that transformer, such as thermal parameters to understand if it's overheating. And there's a number of other data sources that we can look at, but we want to be aware of what our activities look like from the defender's perspective. So here are some data source considerations that we can have as we're working in these environments. So is this data source able to be accessed via a standard interface, a documented interface? That's very important for access to that data source. What's the storage size of that data source? Will it eventually roll over? Is there a lot of noise in the data source? Would it be hard for a defender to kind of look through it? And then are there standard commands that are available to just delete that data source? And then another thing we can consider is, does the data source get replicated to other places? So if we're looking at a low-level protection relay, does it go up to another controller? The particular data sources that we're looking at. There may be aggregation points somewhere. So these are all things that we have to consider. So let's take another look at this overall process that I'm proposing to kind of structure your activities in the test bed. So first, we want to understand failures associated with your target system. For our target system, we were looking at a transmission substation, for instance. We want to build an attack scenario around your chosen failure scenario. So how do we induce this failure via cyber means. We want to build a story around it about what the adversary is actually trying to accomplish. What's the bigger goal by researching how and why adversaries have caused similar failures in the past. We want to conduct the attack, and that includes implementing certain techniques and see if we can induce the failure in our system. This may take multiple times. We want to understand which data sources contain indicators of our attack. And then finally, if we're purple teaming or working together with blue teamers, we want to talk about our activities using the artifacts from our structured attack plan. So that may mean we show them what our failure looks like that we're trying to induce. We can show them a technique matrix with the right techniques highlighted, and we can share with them what data sources they should look at. And that could kind of help us to work together in order to figure out new things in the testbed environment and to communicate more efficiently. So some key takeaways. It can be very helpful to build a full story around your testbed activities by documenting failure and attack scenarios. So sometimes the reaction is just to hop on the testbed and to see what's going to happen and just go with it. But structuring our activities using attack for ICS can really help communicate what we're doing, and those things are all reusable in the future. So we also want to make sure we understand what artifacts we're leaving behind, and we want to work closely with defenders as purple teams. So really quick, because I'm almost out of time, what's new for attack for ICS? So on the horizon, we do have technique updates. So that's new adversary behavior and additional references. We're adding mitigations to each technique as well. So we have to consider all our stakeholders here. Device vendors are very important because a lot of the insecure by design problems that we see with these devices start there. So we want to tell them what they can do to address some of this adversary behavior, as well as like asset owners, what they can do at their level. It's going to include many references to standard bodies such as IEC, ISA, and NIST. And it's really focused around adversary use of techniques, and then how interfaces are used or what their functionality is, and then also the impacts. So the last couple of things are we're starting to integrate more with traditional attack tools that people are used to using. So attack for ICS will have a sticks representation, and it will also, we're also integrating it with Attack Navigator. So those are some things that you can look forward to in the future and hopefully help everybody to use the knowledge base more. So that's all I have. Please feel free to visit attack.mitre.org/ICS to look at the knowledge base, and reach out to me on Twitter if you have any questions.
Hi, so my name's Tim Yardley. I'm here to talk about some work that I've done under DARPA Radix program. Whoa, I'm getting audio from somewhere. Hold on. All right, sorry about that. I was getting feedback from the live channel. So I am here to talk about building a cyber physical testbed and how we've used that to support black start restoration under cyberfire. So this has been part of a DARPA Radix program. The Radix program is Rapid Attack Detection, Isolation, and Characterization Systems. And I'll talk a little bit about what that is here in a minute. Just for sort of coverage and statement, the testbed work that I'm going to talk about was funded under the DARPA's Rapid Attack Detection, Isolation, and Characterization Systems program. I work for the University of Illinois. I'm the principal investigator of the University of Illinois' effort under there. We also had some government SME support, subject matter expert support from Idaho National Lab. And then the program evaluator is a company called Provatech. And all three of those organizations have been critical to the work that I'm talking about in terms of enabling the black start restoration efforts and the validation of the work itself. So let's talk a little bit, give you a little background on me. So my name's Tim Yardley. I'm a principal research scientist at the Information Trust Institute at the University of Illinois. And I am also a father, a husband, and broadly a researcher. I've been doing work in industrial control systems for about 14 years now, and I've been doing work in security for, probably almost 30 years now across the board. My background came from sort of the think tank IRC eras back in the early days of FNet, groups that let's say like to explore and like to figure out things, but also cause some havoc in the process. I'm one of the original members of WooWoo and a variety of other security think tanks over the years, and have sort of been in the realm of computer security for quite some time. I've been working in academia for about the past 12 years, and prior to that, I worked in industry supporting a variety of different efforts. So the DARPA Radix effort itself, let's talk a little bit about what it is. So the program is designed to build technologies that fill a gap. And that gap really is the notion that, that if we are attacked by nation states, we are ill-prepared to be able to determine exactly what happened, where it happened, and how it happened, and get rid of it as fast as possible. So DARPA stood up this program to build technology that that advanced that state of let's say preparedness, and then to evaluate that technology on a realistic facility. And so our role in that program was to build that realistic facility. We'll talk in more detail about sort of the objectives of the program itself. So these are all public slides from DARPA that are here, but the key objective of the program itself is to enable black start recovery of the power grid amidst a cyber attack on the energy sector's critical infrastructure. In this particular case, the critical infrastructure is the electric power grid. So in a prevention sort of state, you would say, okay, well, let's defend and detect what's going on. But this program starts from the adversary has been successful. So you have a complete blackout, no power anywhere, and you have to figure out exactly what happened, how it happened, etc. So the devices that are involved, you have to figure out what devices can be trusted, because you don't know what's compromised and what is safe or what is operating per norm. And many of those of the physical infrastructures are effectively controlled by intelligent devices. So these are the ICS devices that you have to explore on, let's say, the cyber side of the equation that are controlling the physical aspects of the grid. And these assets are spread throughout the country. So how can you do this in a scalable way? How can you deeply and forensically poke at these embedded devices? How can you figure out exactly what is trustable, what is not trustable, what was attacked, how it was attacked, and then get rid of it as fast as possible? The goal is to do so across the entire United States within 7 days, and that's to isolate, characterize, and restore any crank paths necessary to bringing the grid for the United States back online. So let's talk about the manifestation of this. So in the first year or so, year and a half of the program, we built exercise environments that were run at the University of Illinois that were getting people's feet wet and getting the technology ready to explore, let's say, the beginning edges of the problem space. And as we evolved both the technology and the program, we had to turn the corner. So people will only believe what happens in a lab to the extent that it's, oh, that was in a lab environment. Oh, that's fine if you do it just on science, but that's not the real world. So we took it to Federal Island, which is called Plum Island. It's the home of the Animal Disease Center, controlled and owned by DHS S&T, and is a former siting of Fort Terry in the Spanish-American War and a bunch of other stuff. The size of the space that we're controlling there is roughly the size of Central Park, and we have built electrical infrastructure on that island. And so I'll talk about the most recent incarnation of it that was completed in November of 2019. That was the 6th exercise of the program. We have one more exercise still to do. COVID has postponed that a little bit, but still pending. So far has not been fully canceled. And we look to sort of do that last hurrah of the program and validate the advancements from the last exercise till now. So in the island infrastructure, we basically have built 3 full utilities. And those utilities are represented by gear that we'll talk about here in a moment. They have an emergency operations center for each utility. And then there's a regional coordinator that's trying to coordinate the actions amongst the different utilities as it goes through. We have the National Guard involved. We have the Radix performers involved, and lots of other entities that help establish communications in a variety of ways and really set up what is a fairly austere environment from the beginning to enable the capture and execution of these exercises. So utility A has 5 low voltage substations, and I'll talk about what low voltage means to us, and 1 high voltage substation. It also had 1 generator, which is the crank path in essence that's getting to the high value assets. Utility B had 7 low voltage substations along with 3 high voltage substations, and that crank path had a critical national asset on it that needed to be up and maintained no matter what. Utility C was similar to utility A. It had 5 low voltage substations and 1 high voltage substation, as well as 1 generator. And so each of these utilities differed in the physical topology and layout of the substations. They also differed in the equipment that was deployed across each of those substations. So the program is really broken into multiple different technical areas. You could look at it as 4 or 5, depending on how you want to count. The first area is situational awareness. And so when they deploy on this infrastructure that we've built, they are trying to figure out what happened or what is currently happening on the infrastructure to get as much situational awareness as you can provide. And the reason for that is you can't really trust the devices once they've been attacked to be telling you the right things. And you are in a blackout scenario, so you may not have visibility in much of the grid environment. Network isolation is technical area 2, and technical area 2 is focused on taking the communications that are no longer necessarily trustworthy and expanding those into a realm of trustable or not. And so by that I mean point A to point B may have talked to each other before, and it used to be a dedicated private link or whatever it may be, but now traffic that's going across there is not reflecting what it did previously. So maybe somebody's man in the middling it, maybe somebody is manipulating it, maybe it's getting black holed in some other way, unknown operation, right? So how do you take the outputs from A and get it to B in a way that's trustworthy and secure and such that it cannot be modified in the middle, or that it is evident when it is modified in the middle? So that's the area of the area of research for technical area 2. Technical area 3 is threat analysis, and they really are intended to do the forensic response per se on the devices itself. So how do you diagnose and remove cyber threats from the embedded devices, from the different pieces that are involved, et cetera, as you go through the investigation part of the environment. So the environment itself is technical area 4, and that's conducted by us at the University of Illinois. And that is the environment by which the exercise happens, which is on Plum Island, but also the environment at the University of Illinois' campus that the performers remote into to build out their technology, to extend their capabilities, and to investigate the edge cases of how the grid operates when certain things happen to these devices. So that's part of our central facility, and I'll talk a little bit about that. And then the island is basically a distributed manifestation of that central facility at Illinois. The last technical area is technical area 5, and effectively that is the evaluators of the program, and they build out how to run an exercise in this space and how to determine whether or not progress is being made on the technology, what the appropriate challenge levels are, the, let's say, pain points, or how deep or how hard the red team pushes, et cetera, as we go through the environment. And they technically grade technical areas 1, 2, 3, and 4 as they go through that. So on to the next slide. Radix exercise 6 was really a move from strategic to the strategic notion early on in the program to operational notion with the utilities involved, et cetera, to a tactical deployment on top of that. So if you look up in the upper left-hand corner, the strategic notion is the concept that we talked about of you have a large-scale blackout and what you need to accomplish. The operational notion is the building and establishment of these crank paths. And then the tactical is let's execute on those crank paths and figure out exactly what happened and how it happened. So the picture on the bottom right at the moment is a drone footage sort of zoomed in on one of the substations, and you can see that they're built in shipping containers, and those shipping containers have gear inside them that I'll show you here in a moment. And then these containers are arranged and linked together to build the crank path, and we do that with basically above ground number 2 SO cord that has connectors on the end that we plug into the individual gear that we have inside the boxes. And I'll show you what that looks like here in a moment. So you can see sort of a little bit of an edge here of what is inside a container. So this is standing inside a container looking out at the moment with the door open. So on the left-hand side there, you'll see what we call the relay box. On the right-hand side, you'll see what we call the power box, which is a skid-mounted Hoffman enclosure that controls the flow, in essence, of the substation. So that's the power grid aspect, and the controls of those grid components are in the relay box on the left-hand side. There's also some sensors that are up on top that are providing or that are performer technology, providing some of the situational awareness and attempt to determine ground truth as we go through the environment. And I'll zoom in on a lot of this as we talk. So I'm going to only talk about the testbed itself. I'm not going to talk about any of the performer technology that's specifically built, but I'll dig quite deeply into the testbed, which is my area of responsibility. So the mission that we set out to do is to provide realistic environments that enable this cutting edge R&D that's not yet done by any commercial available product or any existing research off the shelf. And then we take and create this environment in a way that allows us to validate the effectiveness and frankly, the efficiency of those tools as we go through. So the goal of the program itself is really to take a generational leap forward in the capabilities of testbeds. So we've been building cyber-physical testbeds and leveraging cyber-physical testbeds for about 13, 14 years now at the University of Illinois. By many accounts, we're sort of the gold standard in terms of capabilities across the nation and arguably the world. But even so, when we pitched our capabilities for this program, our proposal and the going in salve of our proposal was effectively, we have assembled the right team to solve this problem, but what technology exists today and where testbeds are today across all of them that you will encounter and anyone that bids, all of them are woefully inadequate to be able to actually go to the level of realism that will be necessary to validate these tools. And even with us, it is an extreme long shot as to whether or not this will be achievable in the time frame and advancing fast enough to be able to support this post-attack analysis. And so let me riff on that for a second. Cyber-physical testbeds before this program started were primarily focused on, let's either build an environment where we're looking purely at a physical phenomenon, or let's build an environment that's proving out a hypothesis, physical or cyber, and look at it from that particular angle, sort of ignoring all of the other details. But in this program, everything is unknown coming in. You don't know what the attackers did to you. You don't know even what the attackers want to do to you on the environment. So you have to have every piece of it as real as possible. But you can't possibly go build 3 real crank paths and 24, 27 real substations out there, because it just costs way too much money to do, and it's a dangerous environment to be in. So how can you minimize the environment, maximize the safety, and also maximize the realism without running into problems of naysayers with simulation being involved or emulation of devices, et cetera. So they need to be able to touch it, they need to be able to feel it, they need to be able to see it, and they need to be able to trust that what it does and how it works is going to be reflected or reflective of what happens in the real world. So the outcomes of the testbed work itself, obviously we've created a lot of tools, we've pioneered some new techniques and methodologies, we've combined existing solutions, both that we've had and that others have had, to build an environment together. And we combined that, not just the academic knowledge that we had at the University of Illinois, but in partnerships with key vendors, and also with asset owners and operators, and to build really an environment that reflected not only the real world, but that took a whole leap forward on its ability to evaluate research. So what is a testbed? So a testbed really is somebody has a need, let's call them the customer, and that need is to evaluate something. And so a testbed is assets, the thing maybe that they want to evaluate on. It's the people with the knowledge on how to build that environment in the way that represents the scenario they need to look at, et cetera, what to capture, how to capture, where to capture it, et cetera. It's the science of how to do so in a realistic way while still enabling the necessary data capture that sometimes these systems inherently don't support. And then it's that data itself. And that data itself is what is captured from the devices, either willingly or not, how the system was operating, packet captures as an example of the communications that are going across, ground truth as to the physical telemetry of what was actually going across, not just simply what the devices are reporting is happening, and then a manifestation of or configuration of all of those things together that is provisioned out into an environment that you then do the work on. And so our capability, we can provision locally the assets in our central environment. We can provision portable environments like what we've built on Plum Island and deploy on Plum Island. And we can also provision into the cloud in a variety of different ways. So why a testbed? What's the value of a testbed? You've seen obviously the ICS Village and capture the flag stuff, but this is a little bit different, right? And the reason for a testbed, the reason for the work that we do, is that this mission critical technology. And why do I call this mission critical technology? So the technology being built under Radix is intended to be, let's say, have its glass broken when we're in a blackout scenario, effectively, after we've been hit. That's where the real value of this technology is. And there's arguments, and I am one of the people that will argue this, that technology needs to be used even before we're hit. But in the end, our grid is down. That's what this technology is built to solve. And so it is absolutely essential, if this technology is called to practice, that it works and that it resolves the issue, or that it can figure out what's going on in the issues, et cetera, before we need it. Because if we don't, and we're in a national blackout, a national disaster sort of scenario, attacked by an enemy or otherwise, how do we come back if we break the glass on this technology and it's not been proven to actually work? And so you run it and it's like, I can't figure out what's going on. I see nothing wrong. There's no problems here whatsoever, but the devices still won't turn on. The grid still is down. These devices aren't operating correctly. And that's a bad scenario to be in. So this is truly mission critical technology, and we have to prove that it's effective before we need it. But we have to go beyond the theoretical testing of it. We have to put it in all sorts of scenarios across all sorts of different platforms to verify that it works, even in edge cases that it wasn't expecting, in circumstances where it's missing data, in circumstances where it's even being directly attacked or attempted to be, let's say, misled on what is going on. So our solution for that is a realistic, recomposable, and well-instrumented testbed. Is essential to being able to prove that out, because even the real grid environment cannot be manipulated in the way that we can with a testbed environment. And I'll talk a little bit about some of the innovation in that space. And frankly, everything, as I started with my opening salvo and the proposal that existed, including the Illinois capabilities, wasn't good enough before this program started. So our approach across it is to build real systems. We also build models, looking at models on the cyber side and physical side that adapt to the exercise needs, that help us build out behaviors and changes in the flows and the communications of systems to operate like the real world, or to operate in a way that an adversary may be able to manipulate. Everything is built in this modular way. It's adaptable and let's say recomposable in a variety of different ways. So we can take a piece and take a substation and how it's physically wired and physically set up at the moment, press a couple buttons, push a different configuration, and now it's a different substation. Same devices, different configs, different network layout, etc. And all of that adaptability or modularity allows us to recompose the system in any way necessary to present different challenges, et cetera, as we go through. There's also instrumentation. And so the instrumentation is key in that many of these systems, let's say, will cooperatively give you a certain amount of data. But sometimes when you're doing forensic analysis, you need to be able to gather things that are deeper. Or if you're trying to do experimental validation, you need to be able to look at things that the system inherently won't tell you. Or you need to look at it with much more scrutiny than what you would typically look at in the real world. So how do you do that and turn on an appropriate level of data output, data capture, et cetera, but that doesn't actually affect the behavior of the systems? Because sadly, some of these systems, as you may know, are underpowered. And if you turn on, let's say, full complete logging of the system or other things, it can bog down the operation of the system, and then it no longer participates or acts as it would in the real world. So the last part is really knowledge. And by that, I mean, we don't just say, look, as academics, we're bright people, trust us, this works. We had to bring in real operators. We had to bring in the manufacturers, the vendors across many different platforms, and talk through with them their best practices, their common misconfigurations that they see when integrators are building their platforms, the common ways that they configure their substations in the real world for the asset owners, et cetera, to both cause, let's say, human error to happen in ways that people accidentally misconfigure things, but also to mimic as closely as possible how people are actually configuring these in practice. And that is to get the right level of protection, the right level of output of data, and even notions of like, okay, what does a SIP compliant substation look like in terms of what it is logging or not versus one that's not. So that all comes together in that knowledge area. On the innovation side, we had to innovate quite a bit. And so the, let's say, orchestration or automation stuff that we had previously was good enough for research, but it made a lot of assumptions. And so by that, I mean, it would operate in a centralized environment, but when it tells something to be reconfigured or tries to control something, it expects that A, the device is reachable, B, that it has access to that device, that it has the credentials to get on that device. It assumes, I guess, C, that it knows what the state of that device is. And then lastly, everything that it did before, it also assumed that the device was trustworthy and in a known sort of condition. So we had to, let's say, break down all of those assumptions and operate in a way that, let's say, didn't rely on any of those existing substations. We applied a bunch of research as well. Obviously, we had over a decade of work in the prevention space and in the detection space and remediation space at the University of Illinois. And we had used that in the testbed in a variety of ways. We had used it or proved it out in the testbed, some of which is even in formal companies now, transitioned either to big vendors or as startups. And we had to apply that in sort of a different way as part of the testbed, not to just say, okay, look, here's the testbed environment. But for instance, if we could reach deeper into a device, then we used some of that research that we had to dig deeper into those devices and pull out and extract information that supports the validation of the technology without affecting the performance of the device itself. Our team, in particular, myself and a few others, have went really deep on some of these platforms over the years. And so we brought a wide variety of devices to the table that we already knew quite a bit about on the inside. Sometimes even, let's say, one could argue more than what the vendors know about their own devices in terms of the knowledge and ways that we could poke around inside of these platforms. We had to also build, because we needed to deploy on an austere environment, if you don't have it, then you better bring it type notion. And so we had to build these boxes in a way that were field serviceable. We had to be able to quickly replace components of the system if it were to break, or if the intent of the cyber attack against it was literally to brick it so that it was no longer functional. How did we restore that or replace that in as fast of a situation as possible to move on and not basically stop the whole exercise if something were to break? We had to advance our automated configuration, data extraction, and also the notion of the system and its observation when even the network links were no longer trustworthy or reliable to be up or down. Remember, we're in a black start scenario, so we're not even guaranteed that we'll have power on each of the substations to be able to communicate to them. And when they're brought up, we need to maintain the state of everything we captured as they go up and down like a seesaw as they're being attacked and brought up and brought back down, etc. And then we also needed to have the environment in a way that could be recomposable, change the structure of the crank paths, change the behavior of the substation itself without going through and recabling or rewiring everything that's in there on a hands-on nature. So what are these environments? So combined, I call them the substations in a box. It's two components. This has been built on the extensive facilities we have at the University of Illinois that I've sort of alluded to. We have roughly $100 million worth of hardware and software at the University of Illinois that have been built up over the past decade plus, much of which by donation. that's enabled all sorts of research that we've done in the past with Trustworthy Cyber Infrastructure for Power, which was an NSF effort, DOE DHS effort called Trustworthy Cyber Infrastructure for the Power Grid. It added grid to the end. Our most recent center that's wrapping up in the next year or two called the Cyber Resilient Energy Delivery Consortium, which is also DOE and DHS funded. Our Critical Infrastructure Resiliency Institute, and a variety of other things that have and leverage the testbed resources of Illinois. So the substations in a box, as I mentioned, they're designed to support this black start crank path analysis and deployed in the field, real grid environments built, etc. They're built in Pelican style cases, so they're literally shippable and deployable anywhere we need to stand them up. They're generally mostly IP55 watertight when they're shipped and moved around. When you physically deploy them, we take the case lids off and put them in enclosures. The reason for that is literally so the devices inside don't overheat, but also because you do need some physical access to the devices to control breaker operations and other aspects. We built an environment on an island, so the power infrastructure of what is in the overhead and underground stays, but basically everything else gets torn down and built back up every 6 months in a different way. There are currently 26 variants of substations deployed across that infrastructure. Those substations have relays, RTUs, substation network switches, routers, as well as an experimental fabric underneath that's controlled by SDN that allows us to do a lot of the capture and let's say dynamic changes of the substation itself. All sorts of protocols are deployed. You can see a list of them up on the screen. There's both serial and Ethernet communications. We have custom power connections on the power boxes that allow us to link these systems together in a safe way. And then we have high voltage infrastructure that I'll talk about as well. So what's a power box and what's in a power box? So power box is basically, think of it like the physical infrastructure of the island or of a real substation. So that's the breakers, the bus bars, the incoming and outgoing feeders on the system. We have a local load feeder as well. We have signalization lights that indicate what the status is of energization, what the status is of breakers. We have a dead bus sync light that's provided. We have analog sync check relays, contactors, auxiliary contacts on the systems, CTs and PTs, control circuitry behind that allows us to operate breakers and various other stuff. We have different modes of operation, sort of a safe mode where we can walk away from the system and the system can't possibly change, which is a sort of a unique scenario from the real, differing from the real world. And then we obviously have the ability to locally control breakers as well. So what does that look like? So there are effectively two types of power boxes inherently that we've built. One is a 208 volt three-phase system. One is a 480 volt three-phase system. They look basically identical from the front, except for the size of them is a little bit different. We also have these high voltage systems, which really are Hoffman enclosures that are wall mounted and act like, let's say, semi-intelligent breakout boards for providing telemetry from the high voltage gear to the corresponding devices that are then operating and controlling that high voltage gear. And so think of it sort of like a mapping board in a way. And each power box generally has an incoming circuit, a load circuit, and then two outgoing circuits as it's built out. So basic electrical diagrams in the middle, but nothing, let's say, shocking about that. And then there's the other side of it. And so each of these devices have the number 2 SO cord coming into these Hubble connectors on the edge, but they also have umbilical cords, which are Amphenol connectors, mil-spec Amphenol connectors that basically take all of the telemetry of what is happening inside the box and provide that telemetry to the devices that need to control it. So that includes the analog and digital signals that need to be sent back and forth between the devices to control them, but also the CTs and PT outputs, et cetera, from the system itself, so that all of the sensing is detectable by the relay boxes. And so what are the relay boxes? Well, the relay boxes are really the brains of the substation. So here are a couple examples showing some of the different technology that's in play. Up in the upper left, those are ABB relays along with an ABB RTU. This is sort of a legacy RTU platform that ABB uses and has deployed around the world, called the RTU 560. In the middle, you'll see some more ABB relays, middle top. And above that, instead of an RTU 560, you see a Motorola device. This is a Motorola ACE 3680. If you move to the next image, upper right-hand corner, that is an ABB COM600 rack mount, or a COM600R, that is acting as the RTU over those ABB relays that are there. Bottom left-hand corner, you'll see some touchscreen SEL 751 relays. Those are controlled, or the RTU in that particular case is an SEL RTAC, a 3505. In the middle, you'll see touchscreen relays, and in that one, there's an SEL RTAC as well, but that's an SEL RTAC. It's a SEL 3530 instead of a 3505. And then the far right, you'll see more SEL relays. These ones are not touchscreen. These are another variant of the SEL 751. And those ones are being controlled from an RTU perspective by a Novatech Orion LX. So this shows just some of the diversity of platforms that are there. There are much more, obviously, across 26 substations. Every single substation is unique in some way, shape, or form. So we have a lot of diversity across the environment in terms of platforms, technologies, and configurations. And so diversity could be purely on the configuration side. For instance, different protocols being communicated, different topologies being set up between utility A, utility C, utility B, et cetera. And lots of other variation on top of that. So let's talk about some, let's say, lessons learned from the program, or challenges that we had to tackle, now that you understand some of the gear. So first off is safety. When you can't trust anything in the system whatsoever, because it is compromised, and it's compromised in a way that you may or may not know, may or may not be able to determine, and you don't know what is trustable or not. All of the systems that are there are effectively designed to protect you. But if you can't trust the digital systems to protect you anymore, then you need additional layers of protection. So we had to layer protection throughout the system in both physical and cyber form. And that included things like analog protections in the system, like analog sync check relays, time over current protections, thermal protections. On the digital side or on the cyber side, the protective relays were configured with safe and sane settings for over voltage and under voltage conditions, et cetera. The boxes had arc flash analysis done on them to determine potential exposure or safety measures from PPE perspective that needed to be done. The cabinets were all either padlockable or direct key lockable. We had on the high voltage side interrupters that were acting as fail safes if there's anything that flows through the low voltage to the high voltage side, an out of sync close or something like that happened to happen, or a surge somewhere, the interrupters, or a fault on the line, the interrupters were there to protect the system at the high voltage side. We also purposefully did not target the high voltage control. That way we didn't run into let's say, big issues. Low voltage was something we could cause a problem on and be okay with, but on the high voltage side, people could get hurt. All of the connectors we used were screw-in locking style connectors. We had all sorts of internal wiring protection, et cetera. So the key is that the environment itself was designed to be safe no matter what. So people that knew nothing about power systems could still safely operate in this environment and not run a risk of being electrocuted or whatever. We always had power engineers and safety officers effectively on site that were making sure that people did safe operations and maintained the necessary perimeters, even at a noise level from the generators and various other aspects. But really, the system protected itself in every way, shape, and form, even when the system wasn't trustable. So let's talk about some operational lessons that we learned in executing exercises for black start restoration, but also in austere environments under conditions of blackouts, etc. And so let me talk a little bit about the mode of execution as we go through this. So when I say that we're operating utility environments, we are actually operating the utility environments. And by that, I mean utility operators from real utilities come to the island and they run the infrastructure. And they basically take control of it. We hand it over to them, and then they tell everyone else what to do, how to do it, when to do it, etc. On the system. Now, obviously, we have some exercise control over that, but the intent is to really make this as real as possible. So let's talk about that realism. Many people don't believe what is possible until it really is, let's say, slapping them in the face. And by that, I mean, a common view is, look, relays, they're embedded devices. You can't make them do things. You can't disable their protection. You can't change their mode of operation beyond their config. And until they saw us do that, they didn't really believe it. Even when it was happening right in front of them, they still didn't believe it until they dug deeper and started to look deeper at what was happening and how it was happening, to realize that, look, bad things really are possible. That right now your mindset is that this isn't possible at all, that no one can do that. You had to, physically modify the device in order to do that. And it's like, no, we can actually do that via cyber means. So let's talk about the people, right? One of the things that that was an operational lesson is academia is really good about thinking outside the box, but we needed to be extremely agile and think even further outside of the box and push through and build stuff that, frankly, was, let's say, impossible to build at any given moment. We took on building one utility, then two, then three, all in 6-month iterations, completely different architectures, completely different devices, building the physical boxes, and standing it up in a new realistic configuration at each sort of interval. That's pretty difficult to do. It's multiple weeks to build the environment each time. It's multiple weeks of testing. It's multiple weeks of evaluation to make sure that it is as real as possible, that it doesn't have inherent artifacts itself that people may view as compromises, etc. in the system, that it is pristine, blue sky, trustable, etc., and built the way it should be built. And that results in, let's say, extreme levels of stress at times, but as a team, not just the University of Illinois, but broadly the entire program, we all pulled together and found success in every exercise that we had. There was no exercise that failed because the infrastructure or the people failed to deliver. And so that brings us to pace. So I mentioned every 6 months. So DARPA programs move very fast, and the expectations are very high of the technology, of the evaluation, of the testbed, etc. And so there were many times that we were facing failure. But let's say by pure blunt force, and by pure blunt force, I mean number of hours and long days and leveraging and leaning on each other throughout the program, we were able to pull through and pull off what seemed to be impossible when we started. So those are some just operational aspects that we learned as we built the environment, especially out on an island. And so when I say, what are some challenges, right? So there were times when we were, we took a ferry every day from the mainland to the island. And there were times when, nor'easters were blowing in and other aspects where the waves were 12, 14 feet high. And the, conditions were such that if you go to the island, you're going to be sleeping there because you're probably not going to make it off. And that's kind of, let's say a bit much. But there were many days that happened like that. There were days we were out there executing the environment, trying to restore after the cyber attack, and there was nor'easters blowing through with 40+ mile-an-hour winds and downpours and inches of rain falling an hour, etc. So not just hard from a technical perspective, but even harsh environments that we were out in as we were trying to restore these devices, and as the teams and the utility operators were operating these devices, faced with those types of environmental conditions. So we learned a whole bunch of other lessons too. So one of them that was interesting to us was that when the systems are intended to break, when you know that you can't trust anything anymore, you have to think differently about what you can build and how you build it so that it works consistently and reliably, even when everything is intended to be broken. So that goes back to some of the stuff we did with safety, but also on the cyber side. So as an example, we had no guarantee of power, reliably or not, at any point in time. So how do we guarantee we don't lose data, as an example, as we're going through, or that we get, let's say, eventual consistency where if part of the network is up and being controlled by our orchestration and another part of it is down, how do we get it to catch back up and get in the right configuration when it does come back up if it needed to be changed, or to collect all of the data that it had when it wasn't centrally reachable, when it was isolated and only, let's say, on backup power on its own. So that presented some interesting challenges that we had to tackle, which is basically fault tolerant and distributed computing in a nutshell, right? The other issue that was somewhat interesting that we had to innovate on was the gear in the field typically isn't hot swappable. You can't just go grab a relay that's in a real substation and pull it out and pop another one in most of the substations without having to do some rewiring, without having to take circuits out of commission, de-energize them, lockout, tagout procedures, etc. But if you're in a fast-paced exercise environment, we have 7 days, and if people get stuck and we need to reverse out basically what the bad people did, how do we reverse that out in as fast a way as possible without bringing the whole exercise down or the whole exercise to a halt for hours on end? So we had to create sort of quick connects and all sorts of other things that allowed us to swap gear out very, very quickly. Further, when we're testing bleeding edge technology, things fail because sometimes that technology doesn't work or the research doesn't do what it's supposed to do. And so that's your primary plan is, okay, look, it's going to try this, and if it works, great. Well, you have to have a backup plan, right? And in many cases, we had to have another backup to the backup plan because we couldn't fail and make everything stop working. So if anyone in the program failed, we had to have a backup plan for what would happen if they failed, and then a backup plan for if our backup plan failed. And then the last one, which is a lesson learned, is we thought we were prepared in many occasions. But let's say, in between days of the exercise when we would pause and go back to our hotels to sleep, etc., I would often make runs to Home Depot or Lowe's or electrician stores or whatever, because no matter how many spare parts we had, no matter what tools we had on us or available to us, anything that can break will break at some point when you're running these environments. And it's almost always in the way that you never thought of or that you couldn't have anticipated. Something that has, a 10,000 hour mean time between failure or 100,000 hour mean time between failure fails in, 10 hours instead. So lots of interesting challenges on just keeping things up and operational and making sure that stuff was readily available if anything did break. So let's talk a little bit about some personal takeaways, and I'll wrap these up really quickly here. But let's talk, let's say, not as the University of Illinois, but let's talk about this from my perspective. So vendors, be this ICS Cyber Solutions or the vendors themselves, they often claim capabilities that let's say are much more limited in the real world application than what most people realize. So a utility may say, I go buy this platform and it's got me covered and it can do all of these things and I can check that box and I'm good. The reality is no matter what vendors claim, there's often still very large gaps there. And so even the commercial off-the-shelf ICS cyber solutions that are out there, they're missing huge amounts of surface area on what adversaries can do against these boxes. Radix technology was designed to close some of those gaps, but not all of them, right? So even as great as the Radix technology is, we still have a long way to go, right? In building the environments that we built and helping to construct the exercise evaluations and the test effective payloads and all that in essence is how do you cause a condition from a cyber means to happen on these devices such that there are artifacts or implementations that then people can forensically find, right? So all of those, in doing that, we found hundreds of issues on these devices. And it's not like we've never looked at these devices before. And by issues, I don't necessarily mean security vulnerabilities, but in some cases it was security vulnerabilities. But merely other items like, look, compatibility between host A and host B, it doesn't work. Even though they're supposed to interoperate, it doesn't. There's nuances, differences. There's differences in documentation on what is communicated on the actual wire versus what it says it's going to communicate as. Another thing, which was a personal takeaway, is being the adversary is fun, right? It's nice to be on the red team and hack these devices and break them in a variety of ways. But in the program, the defense and recovery technology, including the Radix technology and commercial off-the-shelf stuff that I've personally seen, it's still way behind what I was capable of or what others on the red team were capable of doing to these systems. So if we're so far ahead, we could just obliterate any of that tech, then what fun is there in that? Like, it's not even a fair fight at that point. So a lot of times we limited it, the activities that we were doing to sort of poking the bear rather than destroying it. So we didn't go out for the throat kill. We kept a pace with what the technology was capable of and designed something that was just a little bit ahead of that, pushing them each iteration to improve. And so one sort of broad takeaway is, and I say this not just of technology in North America or whatever, but the whole world, what they have in this space in industrial control systems, detecting cyber attacks on these devices, that detection, that mitigation, and that remediation technology for the electric power grid. And I'll stretch it a bit and say actually all critical infrastructure still really has a long way to go. There's still so much work that needs to be put on that on those platforms to really protect the systems from somebody who is truly focused and determined and understands these systems at a deep and inherent level. So that's all of my technical content. I will just flash a slide real quick, which is the testbed at Illinois, and much of what we've built in the Radix program has been enabled by lots of companies. These are some of the companies that have donated gear to us, software to us, et cetera, that have helped enable the things that we've done. But without them and without the commercial support and the vendor support and the utility support broadly across this program, we wouldn't be successful. The DARPA Radix program wouldn't have been successful. So thank you to all of those companies and what they did. And then I think we still have a couple minutes for questions. And so I'll also leave a sort of bonus link down there at the bottom. There's a GitHub repo that I created a number of years ago at the S4 conference, and I've been maintaining it sort of ad hoc ever since. And that's a bunch of ICS security tools in a variety of different forms that are aggregated and categorized in various ways and mirrored when their original location is no longer available. So do check that out. It has a whole bunch of useful things in it. And with that, I will stop talking, and I think we might have a little bit of time for question and answer. Let's see.
Hey, Tim, this is Bryson. How you doing?
Wonderful. Hi, Bryson.
Thank you for the talk. I noticed that you are on our Discord, and I actually promoted you to a speaker during your talk. So you should now have that badge tied to you.
Okay.
And what we recommend is if you could post that GitHub link in the speaker Q&A section of Discord,
Okay.
And then reach out for folks to engage you there and for questions.
Okay, sounds good.
So really appreciate you jumping on and giving this talk. Having been and seen this for myself, it is really impressive. And my favorite part for the sensors was, of course, the inflatable guys like you see next to the used car sales. I thought that was a really interesting way to show whether something's up or down at a physical distance.
Yeah, we affectionately call them the dancing men. And sort of a funny aside, in the nor'easters, when you have torrential downpour, those things get wet, and then they turn into sort of like whiplashes. So I was up there, untangling them on many occasion and getting sort of smacked by the dancing men as I was trying to untangle them so that they could fly.
Well, that's how you know it works. Well, anyway, Tim, appreciate you joining us and supporting the village, and look forward to the commentary and the Q&A on Discord.
Awesome. Yeah, and everyone do check out what they've set up for the CTFs and other things in the village. They do an awesome job of creating environments that you can play with. Sadly, I can't offer my environment out to the world in such an easy and accessible way. But hopefully in the future, I'll get deeper engaged with the ICS village and bring some of this tech and some of this capability to the village so you guys can all play with it too.
Yeah, we look forward to that. That's probably been the biggest innovation we've had is because of the pandemic. The amount of effort we've had to spend on figuring out how to make these things virtually accessible, which is the typical limitation for concurrent access. We kind of have solved it. So would love to touch base with you afterward and talk about it.
Yeah, it's great to hear that you guys have had to tackle that. We're currently tackling that for the DARPA Radix effort as well. With the last exercise, it will be predominantly remote, and we went from the prior exercise being network isolated, completely trusted, everyone in a specific zone to part of this is deployed in the cloud and everyone is distributed around the country and all accessing this in a controlled and crazy way, including like streaming body cams that we'll have and all sorts of stuff. So we're on that same roller coaster due to COVID at the moment.
Well, we look forward to collaborating. So again, Tim, thank you very much, and we'll see you on Discord.
Yeah, you guys have a great day.
All right, take care.
Well, hello, ICS Village. I'm coming to you live from sunny Amsterdam. And today I'm going to be talking about critical infrastructure and a presentation that I gave recently at the United Nations after an invitation at the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research. So I hope you enjoy it. If you don't know who I am, that's fine. Certainly not a household name, but my name is Chris Kubecka, and I am the CEO of two companies, one in the Netherlands, one in the UK, dealing with cyber warfare and ICS, IoT, and IT proactive security. I'm also a distinguished non-resident fellow at the Middle East Institute, and previous to all of this, I used to head the information protection group for Aramco, and I was an aircrew member and was in Space Command dealing with command and control systems. One might say I'm also a bit of a reformed hacker, or at least now a reformed unethical hacker, because I come from it from a slightly different point of view, where I started as a kid being a quote unquote black hat hacker and got busted at the age of 12 doing very, very naughty things. So why is this particular talk and this topic important? Well, one of the reasons is we now live in this wonderful digital world. We're able to have DefCon and the ICS Village remotely, and we depend absolutely on technology. And if we want our modern world to continue, we have to deal with the simple fact that hopefully our technology will not be used to kill us. So the United Nations has been involved a little bit late in the game, and they are very concerned about member states and their responsibilities securing the ICT assets within their own borders. So in 2015, I did say they were a little late, a group of governmental experts published a report, Report H, that stated 4 main facts: that every member state is supposed to secure its own country's cyberspace. That includes IT, IoT, and ICS security. In addition to that, every single member state should have a computer emergency response team. Fantastic. And also with that, if there is a country where an attack is coming from and then transiting through, that if you are a transit country, say like something coming through the Netherlands, aiming at Austria or the United States, then that transit country and their telecoms should be able to provide aid. And also any member state that's under major attack should be able to exchange information on the incident and also technology, and if at all possible, additional subject matter experts like CERT teams to assist in a major attack. Now, this sounds all wonderful, lovely jubbly, and at the UN, the majority of member states did agree to this particular report and thought that these things were very, very important to have. However, at the UN level, at this global scale, lots of government experts don't actually realize what's really going down on the ground. So this is one of my favorite quotes. It is: never underestimate how dependent you are on your information technology and systems. It's become like oxygen. You think you can live without it, but you can't. And this was a quote from the CEO of Saudi Aramco after the 2012 Shamoon attacks. And what you're seeing here is a picture of one of the events that happened after the attack, where there were miles and miles of gasoline trucks that could no longer be loaded up because the industrial IoT system in between was no longer functioning, nor were the payment systems. Now, Saudi Aramco experienced the world's worst cyber warfare attack. It isn't spoken about too much because I'm currently the only person authorized to actually discuss it. In about 2 hours, 85% of their IT systems were lost. And when I say IT systems, this is the VoIP phone, this is the payment systems, this is the HR data, some of the backups were wiped, some of the firewalls were affected, and there were 2 production plants that were actually affected. And unfortunately, Aramco was unprepared. They believed, you know what, barely anybody knows about us unless you're in the oil and gas industry. So why would we ever be a target? Well, unfortunately for them, around the same time, Arab Spring was going on, and Stuxnet had recently occurred. And Saudi Arabia and Iran are not very good friends. And because of this lack of understanding, their systems, both on the IT side, IoT side, and ICS side, were not very prepared or secure at all. Now, in addition to this, the attack affected countrywide internet connectivity, taking out 2 of the 3 mobile providers because they actually severed the internet connection. And Aramco provided internet connectivity for emergency services, hospitals, schools, police stations, universities. And you see where I'm going with this. It was not a very nice picture. 14 days after the initial attack, Qatar's national oil company Rasgas, a joint venture between Qatar and ExxonMobil, was hit with a different variant. The Shamoon variant for Saudi Aramco had a burning American flag. The Qatar one did not. And what we estimated after the attack, if the 2 companies had actually fallen and could not restore themselves as quickly as possible, we estimated that a barrel of oil could hit as high as $450 per barrel. And if that had happened, it would have caused a domino chain of global economic and supply chain damage. We see COVID right now where it's causing a lot of issues, but imagine if nobody could purchase oil. No cargo ships could purchase oil because it would be too expensive. You see where I'm going with this. We teetered precariously on the edge of a modern age, Bronze Age collapse due to the cyber malicious attack. The reason why I know about this attack in depth was because I was the person requested to help recover international business operations and establish their mature digital security and cyber threat intelligence. So one of the things we have to understand is the vast majority of critical infrastructure is actually privately owned. And there are limitations to how much a state can regulate, legislate, and ultimately dictate to the private sector. There are major costs associated with going, hey, guess what? You got this legacy stuff. It's not really up to snuff. So you're just going to have to replace it. So then comes into the question, what should water actually cost versus a beautifully near risk-free ICS system? And now that we're in the middle of a pandemic, unfortunately, our hospitals going to have to choose between securing their systems, which also includes a lot of medical IoT devices, or are they going to have to go ventilator, secure ICT? And I think all of us right now watching this, we would kind of like those ventilators. Now, when it comes to establishing a computer emergency response team, this is a fantastic step. However, we have to understand that a CERT team is a very reactive team. They are constantly putting out fires. And usually these teams are not very big. What happens as well is they have to do putting out fires, write advisements to constituents, advisements to governments. They're doing a whole bunch of stuff and investigations and give training, and especially give training to critical infrastructure. They don't have a lot of time to do a lot of anything, but yet they're expected to do basically everything. We also have to understand that a lot of computer emergency response teams are not actually capable of doing all of the services that are expected of them, or are not actually mature enough to provide the majority of services. There are still CERT teams in various countries that don't even use encryption on their website. And not all CERTs actually take vulnerability disclosure. I provided feedback for a person who works for a German think tank who's writing a paper right now for the German government. And one of the things she noted was the fact that here I live in the European Union and we have something called CERT EU. And she was very puzzled over the fact that nowhere on their website could you find a link or information on how to actually disclose vulnerability information. And this is a CERT that in essence, would provide response for 513 million people. So there are a lot of limitations with certs. Now, one of the things that I proposed to the United Nations was certs, fantastic. I think that is step one to really taking a look at how member states should really secure their cyberspace. But at the same time, I proposed to them a CEPT, if one might pronounce it that way, but a computer emergency prevention team. And I truly believe that member states should have these. So a team that actively looks for any sort of issue, for high probability of compromise to systems, whether that's IT, IoT, and ICS that are exposed to the internet, look at the supply chain issues, which may allow for exposure, and be that kind of like fire alarm and warning system before the fire actually bursts into flames and has to be put out. In addition to this, they can also take on the role of the advisement, especially in critical infrastructure, allowing the computer emergency response teams to actually put out the fires when they need to. So I'm a big believer in proactive security. And currently, I am the subject matter expert for part of the European Union, where we're building the world's first exclusively proactive security team, where we are looking for high probability of compromised systems and detecting compromise as quickly as possible, and starting the incident response portion of locking down a system and determining what the major risks are before the CERT team comes in for the incident, the rest of the incident portion. So we live in this wonderful connected world, and I'm going to give you a new term and a hashtag you're free to use. BYOH, bring your own house. I happen to be in my home, but when we connect up to power plants or any sort of production or industrial IoT, or even our workplace, which might just be regular IT systems, what has happened in this wonderful pandemic, not wonderful at all, is the fact that the employees were sent home, and this also includes technicians and engineers, and they're like, hey, do your job from home. Okay, great. So I share this network with perhaps my kids, perhaps my partner, perhaps I'm stealing the neighbor's Wi-Fi, who knows? And their home network is now considered perimeter security in many ways. Now, I'm fortunate to have my own commercial grade firewall that cost me about 2,500 euro, but most companies are not going to roll that out for their employees. So perimeter security is now your front door. And when we take a look at how engineers and operators are trying to stay connected, we're going into a very kind of scary area right now, because one of the things I did also preparing for my Red Team Village talk was to do a massive scan across the internet and try to find some easily found exposed control systems, looking at ICS, industrial IoT, and unfortunately, I found way too many systems. As you can see, I have this wonderful table that says, please hack me. The reason for that is a lot of these systems, either they don't have very much in the way of security, like the Modbus protocol, you have to be very careful with that one, or even if they've got a more modern control system protocol, it doesn't necessarily mean they're on the newest and greatest firmware, or the fact that a lot of these things now are really industrial IoT products, and they've got these wonderful things called web servers. And I like to say, if it looks like a web server, hack it like a web server. And so just because the protocols might be wonderfully put together for, say, Siemens S7, if it's got a web server login exposed to the internet and it hasn't really been tested for security, then, release the cross-site scripting and a bevy of other different types of attacks. So one of the problems we have is hacking. And when I say hacking, I don't just mean my 10-year-old self or some of the people who deal with offensive security and find certain vulnerabilities. We also have to consider the fact that a lot of nation states are involved. When I say a lot, one of my favorites is actually Ethiopia has a full-fledged offensive security team that is authorized to do various hacks because they've been at war and are involved in various skirmishes with Antrea. So if Ethiopia has something, lots of other countries have this particular capability. We also have to take a look at geopolitics and things that are going on. I was chit-chatting with Bryson Bort before we started, and I'm currently doing research into cyber guerrilla warfare between Azerbaijan and Armenia, where the Armenian nuclear power plant is actually under threat because Azerbaijan has publicly stated that they want to blow it up. And I don't think that's good for anyone, especially since I live in Europe and I don't want to like another Chernobyl, and I don't want cancer. So we have to take the security of the devices, the way they're put together, the configuration, if they're exposed or not, think about geopolitics, but then also think about the fact that not everybody is a friend. So if there's a major incident between several countries, even transit countries, some countries won't necessarily help others. And even if they do help others, they don't necessarily phrase what they need in a proper question so that another country can give proper aid. And one of the other things that we have to think about is before something major happens, groups actually need to start talking to each other, because you don't just pick up the phone to a random country and go, hey, I need this stuff. And they're like, I don't even know you. I've never met you. And trust goes a long way, both with formal and informal networks. And one of the previous speakers had mentioned he was from academia, and academia is fantastic, and they can think out of the box in certain ways, but unfortunately, not every person who's in academia who's studying this topic necessarily has that hacker mentality. And currently, there is not enough involvement from the tech community. So we've got some things that are fantastic that we can use at the United Nations, and these are existing treaties. Now, whilst I was giving my presentation, one of the other presenters had brought up previous to me that perhaps we need to create this brand new treaty to tackle these issues. And my response was, guess what? We have stuff that we can use, and we can expand on existing conventions. But if we're going to be doing a new treaty, it's going to take years and years and years if it even gets a certain level of consensus from other member states inside the United Nations. And incidents don't wait years and years. Incidents want attention now, and they need it now. So we can use the Budapest Convention. There's also existing counterterrorism legislation and relationships between countries. It also can be utilized if there's a major attack that is happening, going through countries or hitting a particular country's critical infrastructure. So when it comes to preparation, one of the things that we have to remember is practice, 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 right? And I think we've heard this in many different discussions, whether it's critical infrastructure or other areas. And the way that you get very good at something is to practice it. And obviously not every incident is going to be exactly the same, because everyone is unique and different. But when we talk about exercises, they're still kind of lacking, especially at the UN level for different things like this. Now, a few years ago, I had the opportunity to work with the European Center for Foreign Relations on building NATO and EU member exercises for diplomats and ministers. And I was the only tech person who was a subject matter expert who was not an academic. And I noticed that this was really, really lacking because we need to get CERT people involved in this to do a good exercise, a CEPT team, team members, as well as ministerial advisors, because a minister and an ambassador do not make decisions all by themselves. They have advisors. We also have to involve the public and private sector. Obviously, grab some academics as well, because they can share a lot of different research, but also consider us, a lot of the people who are watching this talk right now in the tech community and subject matter experts who've actually dealt with some of these things. Reformed, nice hackers, so to speak, who can think in a way that they can misuse systems and even information that nobody else can really think about within the other groups. So one of the major things that I proposed to the United Nations was we need to get security researchers involved. One of the biggest reasons is when you get the tech community involved. I'll give you a good for instance. There's a CTI League, which was set up of subject matter expert tech community folks, and they volunteer to protect hospitals and medical personnel and medical devices, and they work extremely quickly. They also interface with computer emergency response teams, Europol, and other law enforcement, so that hospitals have some sort of advantage in this game. A few months ago, I was contacted by a particular EU government because 15 of their hospitals went down on a Friday night because it was a cyber attack. And that particular country came out publicly saying, this country who did these attacks, stop attacking our hospitals. But defending and realizing that there are some exploitable systems out there, if you've got the tech community involved, they can go ahead and interface like that, like the snap of your fingers. Unfortunately, when you're dealing with diplomats and countries on that much higher level, those formal networks are kind of slow. Now, another thing that I brought up to the United Nations is the fact that the majority of ICT vulnerabilities, both IT, ICS areas, they're still discovered by good hackers like us attending DefCon safe mode. And this is fantastic because a lot of us do this maybe for a t-shirt and some stickers, sometimes a bug bounty, but really because we want these systems protected so we can use them when we say have to go to a hospital. And unfortunately, we still face a lot of legal barriers. As I'd mentioned before, not all certs actually will take vulnerability disclosures. And sometimes if you contact a company or a power plant or a hospital or whatever, they might have the reaction of, who the heck are you? Are you trying to extort us for money? Are you some sort of criminal? So there's some legal barriers. And sometimes you have to deal with very strange laws. Like in the Netherlands, you're not allowed to ping a computer system. That's written in our cyber law, even computer systems you own, which is still kind of odd. But depending on the country or the laws, you could actually be arrested for reporting some of these things. Now, another issue is who to contact. Here you've got this major thing, and you want to be able to contact people as quickly as possible in a secure manner, but who do you contact? Using the CERT EU example, I have no idea, and neither does the person writing the paper for Germany. So what we have to realize is, as we all plainly know right now, we live in this digital world, and we are absolutely as dependent on ICT systems as we are to oxygen in this modern world. So my closing recommendation to the United Nations was that the UN and member states should lead the effort in establishing computer emergency prevention teams, because it is much easier, cheaper, quicker to prevent a major attack against critical infrastructure than it is to try to put out a fire at one. So I have some references which I can copy and paste somehow and put into Discord or folks can take screenshots. The first one is the UN Group of Governmental Experts Report H from July 2015. There will be a new report coming out from my presentation and other people's presentations that we gave at the United Nations last month. And also, if you want to take a look at a very, very good convention that actually deals with cybercrime that can be utilized for information sharing, technology sharing, subject matter expert sharing, etc., when a major incident occurs, the Budapest Convention of Cybercrime is excellent. And last but not least, thank you very much, ICS Village, and doing this safe mode. I know it took a lot of work, and Mr. Bryson Bort for inviting me to do this talk. And if you want to know more about me, I'm available on Twitter. I do take DMs, just no weird pictures, please. And also, we're doing a lot of work. We have just started the cyber portion of the Middle East Institute. I'm the first distinguished non-resident fellow and person coming in as a non-resident coming into the Middle East Institute specifically for cyber to look at these particular issues. So that ends my presentation, and what I'll do is I will look on this Discord, and hopefully there are some questions. And there doesn't seem to be that many questions, but that's okay. Does the ICS Village have any questions? Or I'll just dance. I'm up and it's after midnight and I'm still here somehow. Well, since no one has any more questions, thank you very much, everyone. And hopefully the United Nations will take some of my recommendations on how to secure their individual member state cyberspace, specifically critical infrastructure, a lot better in the near future. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. We are about defense, and we will make a presentation about Mexico's cybersecurity status. During this presentation, we will talk around industrial cybersecurity footprint, key data, perspective, smart production, and sensor security experience, honeypot, lesson learned, and opportunities. Thank you, ICI Village, DefCon 28, and the Cyber College on this opportunity to make a presentation about Mexico industrial cybersecurity. Talking about Mexico facts and figures. We have, in facts and figures, in terms of the economy, Mexico is ranking on the position 12 around the world. Manufacturing services, transportation, utilities, and spending are the main economical activities in Mexico. In concern of industrial sector, the manufacturing has an activity of 175 billion US dollars. Key subject focus on IC industrial security for this presentation. The top industrial sectors are in Mexico, the automotive industry. It's the top 5 world with OEMs and their supply chain. Medical is the second position in Latin America, behind Brazil. Aeronautics 60% more competitive, and electronics the third largest economical region worldwide. Also, Mexico have other industries like oil, electricity, food, textiles, agriculture, chemical services, consumers, and furniture, among other sectors. On the industrial sectors, more are important that the main manufacturing companies use 55% of insulated PLCs inside the IC area. Most are insulated and most not connected to any network. 3% of use industrial servers at the shop floor and connected to the network. Most of these industrial servers are set by the automotive international companies like from Germany or Japan, among other ones. Most of the industrial companies are located from the center to the north of Mexico. As an example, the automotive industry is located from the center and the north of Mexico. In the case of the aerospace and medical industries are situated on the northwest of Mexico. On the network subjects, we will see that the strongest structure is based more in the north of Mexico. South of Mexico is more agriculture and other topics. Mexico have around 50.3 million IP address, an average of 7.5 megabits, and the cyber attacks around 28 from 195 countries. So basically, the most important in the case of the cyber attacks is mainly attacks to the government offices and other departments like banks and services. In terms of the SWOT, the IC security, the strength is that Mexico is growing in the industry 1.0. It's focused to the smart production, smart logistics, smart enterprises, among other ones, which require in a short period of time the implementation of the industrial cybersecurity practices. For the US-Mexico-Canada trade, which was released the 1st of July 2020, covered the topic on digital and cybersecurity rules and process between the countries. It's a major important thing because, especially for Mexico, because Mexico needs to follow up and implement the good practices and lessons necessary to accomplish the digital security and internet policies from this trade. In terms of the weakness, Mexico has no deep knowledge on ICS security topics. Also, the companies and the owners had no idea, even awareness about the industrial cybersecurity. For those insecure systems, there are insufficient information. There are opportunities as well. The US-Mexico-Canada trade is focused to increase commercial and competitiveness region against other markets, Asian markets or European markets. These trades include specific actions to meet cybersecurity terms as the first one. Trade, according to our experience, the most attack to industrial is related to ransomware, especially on the REP systems, as well as on all the internal attacks is not recorded at this time. Based on the automotive industrial sector, Mexico are located American companies, as well European and Japanese companies, which are located on the supplier chain. The European most used the industrial cybersecurity architecture according with the ISO and the improved and performance basis 4.0. The merits of the concept are the data in real time and non-real time, the integration and sharing data and connectivity. For the American enterprises, they follow the American industry internal reference architecture, call it IIRA. They're used as a key merits, real-time, no real-time, integration, shared data, and connectivity, but as well, they use the protocols, boost protocols like a Profiboost, Modboost, Scan, Internet, Profinet, and the programs like a Ladder and other devices with different kind of protocols, which is one of the important things to use for industrial architecture cybersecurity. According with our experience, during the last couple of years, we implemented for the industrial sector and the architecture different kind of layers. One of the layers is the sensor integrity that we will see in the next slides, the equipment, the boost data, and the network. The word industrial is in terms of the smart factories at this time, using Industry 4.0 concept. They set the connectivity between machines and PLCs and other intelligent sensors, as well other equipment. So the smart factory is integrated all the elements in the shop floor integrated in one unit. To accomplish and fulfill the strategy, we set a smart production concept. This smart production concept is accomplished to fulfill the strategy that we set for the smart production. The smart production is set in individual modules which are interconnected to the smart factory. This architecture integrates components from machines, sensors, PLC, network, servers, database, machine learning, machine-to-machine, analytics, visualization, and artificial intelligence, among other technology and innovations. For a clean implementation, it was a set additional smart sensors to boost the power and the brains at the shop floor to implement the full smart production. That is the new trend. On later slide, we will talk about the smart sensor cybersecurity. One important note on this activity that I want to share with you as experience is the synchronization and speed process key factor for industrial cybersecurity. It means low timing on industrial process is not a problem, as we can use and save the cybersecurity procedures. High speed industrial process, which required up and down information to act, for example, a valve or open a sector or review a motor, less than 500 milliseconds make a major complexity to implement a smart factory with industrial cybersecurity. Also, the lesson learned about the synchronization topic give it two strategies recommendation in accordance with our experience. One refers to set the PLC responsibility as it was designed at a long time, means that the devices was to control dedicated process and machines, only that. We not recommended that the PLC is doing extended activities. That means doing everything. So everybody can say that the PLC and share and tell you that the PLC make everything. This is not true. This is a dangerous situation. The second one is to reduce or eliminate PLC connectivity into an industrial boost network. That means that the PLC has to do his own job. One is concerned, of course, if we put the PLC on the network, is to reduce the potential vulnerability. And the second one is to reduce the issue on the synchronization on the process and the boost network. One of the topics to confirm that we have experienced that is difficult to set a cybersecurity, industrial cybersecurity. For the smart sensors and cybersecurity strategy that we set as 6, which means the S is a sensor, the I is integrity, the C is for connectivity, and the S for the security. This concept that we are implemented, we use it, we divide it in 3 blocks. One is related to the sensor integrity, the sensor connectivity, and the sensor cybersecurity as mentioned. The sensor integrity includes physical and functionality layers. The physical take the sensor damage, which is common sometimes that people can damage during the process on the shop floor, or could be not intentional to damage the sensor. So the cybersecurity protection tells us that the damage is made on the sensor, and then we have to be replaced or make an action immediately. Also, the cycle life of the sensor is important, because the cycle life of the sensor, when the sensor is used by a resistance to review and sense the level of the water, they can be changed immediately when we see that the response of the information is not quite right. So we're using this information and review as a status control loop to be that the cycle life of the sensor is okay. Actually, as well, in terms of the functionality, the BIOS of the sensor, as well the software, the program, there are main key important things. The software and the program, they can be used, or that could be as well adopted in terms of the somebody can have and connected with our RC235 or another bus communication, they can make it and change the software and the program. We as well, we set on this strategy as it, the actions and the roadblocks on the firewall that nobody can change the software and the program. In terms of the sensor connectivity, everybody knows. Profibus, Modbus, so this topic I will not to be in detail. And the subject of sensor cybersecurity, the status control gives us also the opportunity to review that the physical and functionality the sensor is okay. Also, self-detection and self-assessment is provide as well that the system, as well the protocols of the software program and communication are okay. We put in outside on this process the cryptography code, because according with the mentioned in the last slides, the synchronization on the latency of the process in terms of the high performance processes is not quite okay. We set as well an additional alert console. That means that this process, the alert console process, we set a different bus communication. It's not in the same protocol that we send it as the information data sent it to the system. It's sending in another channel, and as well another kind of information, which that tells us exactly if the sensor integrity, physical and functionality is adopted. In terms of the essential of the sensor cybersecurity, is shown in really two blocks. Three blocks. One is outside of the system, which is the data interface, and the other ones are connected. The detection search, which is called on the left block now, we call it a dummy because this is essential just one thermopar or just a resistance that they move according to the level of the water. We call it a dummy sensor. It is dummy sensor connected via an I2C protocol. This protocol has 4 modes. The standard mode is usually with a speed of 0.1 megabits per second. The information is digitalized and then used to perform the program with a specific language. The program with this has an algorithm and make the action and perform the activities that which was programmed. One of them is to send the information via standard protocol to outside of the world, which means that to send the information to the PLC of the motherboard or another kind of communication to the data interface, which is important because the different kind of net protocols, it was difficult to make a cybersecurity performance. That means that the experience that we have is that synchronization is a very key factor. One topic is in reference of the I2C protocol. Sensing information in some process is a critical element, especially with a high performance process. Process with production and security information can be lost information, only because the process of the bus communication synchronization is not aligned with the process synchronization. And the PLC, if it has a timer and a timing delay, if it's possible to miss key information of the process. That means on the case that latency less than 500 milliseconds and using a crypto code on this communication can be put in a dangerous situation the entire system. So we solve this issue using new security paths in the entire architecture. It is clear that integrate a crypto code, as we know from the sensor to outside to the bus node, is not feasible according to our experience today, based on the total bus and the process synchronization. Both things are important and important to do the cybersecurity, industrial cybersecurity security activities. The opportunities that we have in ICS cybersecurity is in terms of the monitoring. Monitor the sensor integrity as we saw, the equipment safely, and the boost security as main architecture visibility and center management. Defense detections in terms of the boost protocol and the peripheral devices evaluation, the threat detection as a sensor and equipment, and the malicious code as well, the prevention as the incident response and services, and as well the equipment risk assessment, which means to review the peripheral devices, the service equipment, and the network devices. During this process, and in terms of the IC industrial cybersecurity opportunities, we set a deception exercise. We set a honeypot, lesson learned, and the training that my friend and colleague of this entire venture, which with Alfonso as well, we will see in the next presentation from Victor.
Well, guys, thank you for your time. I'm glad to be here. And well, as you know, there are many experiments and previous publications about honeypots. We apply it for this work on two areas that could be joined in a small footprint. I mean, a small footprint to detect internal events and incidents. Well, the first one is the training, to learn core concepts from previous incidents and learn beyond buzzwords and clickbait cybersecurity news, because we think that this could be overwhelming for many of us. The second one is to be productive. I mean, to get productive data that allow us to have enough evidence to resolve an incident. To implement this, there are previous conditions, previous steps that are important to be known by the network owners, like a correct network installation, a legal review, and patents to see results focused on ICS systems versus general malware. The honeypots as idea and philosophy is very attractive because it's a good way to see an attack in real time, and well, you can learn from it, and also helps to replicate previous attacks. In some moments, cybersecurity could be overwhelming for some people. There are too much to learn, but based on previous attacks that we saw, there are core concepts that could be studied. These concepts are covered by the major corporation matrices, and this gave us a structured way to do it. And the second one is, well, how to handle incident. This could be learned too. And also the ICS architecture concepts are important to give a general path. And finally, the idea of this experiment or honeypot is that could be installed by power users and not only by cybersecurity people. Learning through analyzing attacks, well, obviously is the first option, but there is another game. A honeypot could give productive data in a traceable way. There are three main sources to start. The first one, the Windows host from the multiple layers of the ICS and enterprise network. The second one, the network in the different layers too. And finally, the emulation of the services. And well, all of this in the internal network. The first component in our architecture is the Windows host that are being used in different layers. We looked for simple components and tricks that could give us important data about malware. And well, with this setup, we got multiple samples. For example, with the file system trick, we got multiple samples. And also from the network traffic, we observed that the most popular wormhole ports are being used too. And now, regarding lateral movement and ransomware cases, we saw that the biggest and easiest exploits are being used as first option. From the network side, the another component in the architecture, our idea is to keep all the metadata possible as first priority. and the raw data from the multiple sites as second objective. This could be achieved using SIG and Moloch, these open source tools. But to implement these tools, the Malcolm project helped us a lot to make a quick setup in a productive environment. With this setup, we were able to investigate multiple network movements from the multiple layers of the network, and also to detect dual home PCs. About the DMZ, as I mentioned in the first slides, our idea is to make an investigation in the internal network. However, as you know, the DMZ setup was analyzed multiple times in previous investigations. And as you know, the detection is very noisy and also is a high risk. So for that reason, we focus on internal networks. But some setups was exposed in a short time using Mexican IPs. And there are two important details that worth to be mentioned. The first one is the timing of the attack. There is a correlation between the exposition of the IP on a network passive sensing service versus non-indexed IPs. And finally, there is a gain if multiple protocols are being used instead of only one. And well, finally, to mimic services, a simple setup was performed too on these four sites. The first one is the network emulation. With this, we found that there are many pieces of software that allows you to emulate any port, to replicate any port and copy this kind of behavior. The second one is about the file servers on the shop floor. For this, the use of Honey files were the option. And for the web replication from the front-end web admin consoles, we use Social Engineer Toolkit and also HTTP track. And well, finally, the most important component is Compot. As you know, Compot is a very popular piece of software to deploy honeypots. And we use this with some physical components. And to make a quick setup for the power users, we use Teapot as a main platform. With this, the use of Teapot was the fastest way to make an implementation by the power users. And well, that's it, guys. Thank you for your time. As a remarks, we saw these points. The USMCA trade is an opportunity to improve the cybersecurity. The second one, well, Mexico is an undiscovered market for the ICS cybersecurity. As Octavio mentioned, there are good numbers that prove this. Also, there is an opportunity to train people in this topic. In all the industrial networks, we found that there are a lot of talent people that could learn in a very fast way, and there is passionate about this. The Honeypot technology and the use of the ATT&CK matrix for ICS as part of formal training and threat detection is a good trick too. And finally, the speed of the network is not a speed of the process, talking about cyber security. And well, thank you for your time. If you have questions, please drop us a line. We will be on the ICS Village Discord channel. So thank you for your time. Have a good day. Thank you.